Good afternoon. This is a Budget and Public Employees Committee. Today is Wednesday, February 25th. It is 6:07. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Alderwoman Sanye.
Present.
One moment. Alderman Browning.
Present.
Alderwoman Velazquez.
Present.
Alderman Devotie. Chair Aldrich.
Present.
5 aye votes. 5 present. We have quorum.
Thank you. With that, we have established a quorum. With that, we'll move to the next item for the agenda, which will be item number 3, approval of the minutes. I'll take a motion to approve the minutes for Wednesday, February the 11th, 2026.
So moved.
It was moved by the Alderwoman from the 7th, second by the Alderwoman from the 6th. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Aye.
Vice Chair Browning.
Aye.
Alderwoman Velazquez.
Aye.
Alderman Devotie. Chair Aldrich.
Aye.
5 aye votes.
With that, we have approved the minutes from February 11, 2026. Next item for the agenda will be item number 4, board bills for review. We do not have any. Item number 5, resolutions for review. We do not have any. Item number 6 will be committee discussion, which will be item number 1, the RAM Settlement Interest Fund. So today we will be hearing from the Office of Recovery to go through the board bill 31 that was sponsored by President Megan Green and myself to allocate $30 million of RAM's interest money, not necessarily the principal, but the interest money to help individuals that was impacted by the tornado. Within that piece of legislation, one of the things that was added, which I always let them know, Alderman Browning in those conversations made sure that the legislation included to have public input on where those funds are going and to have monthly meetings. So this is a continuation of the monthly meetings that we've been having around the RAM settlement funds to ensure that those funds are being spent in an adequate way from the Office of Recovery. With that, before we have the Office of Recovery come up, I just want to also echo again, if you would like to testify and speak on your input on where these funds are going, there is a sign-up sheet up to the front by our clerk. Please sign in so that your voice can be heard. With that, we will move to the Office of Recovery to go through the PowerPoint that they presented and give an update on where we are with the expenditures of the RAM's interest money. And I think we have Mr. Jim and Mr. Julian Nix from the Office of Recovery to go through the slideshow. So when you guys are ready, please come up, state your first and last name, the office you're with, and you may proceed. Really quick, Madam Clerk.
One moment, they're saying they can't hear.
I know, I see the mute. 1 second.
I think they click for us.
Thank you, SCO TV. So for the individuals that was online, we had a little technical difficulty where it was muted. So today we are having another budget hearing on the RAM's interest money. For the folks that was online that was not able to hear, the committee not only took roll, but we approved the minutes from February the 11th, 2026. And then we jumped down to item number 6, which is a committee discussion. And the committee discussion today is around the RAM's interest funds. The Board of Aldermen passed a board bill 31, sponsored by President Green and myself, to allocate $30 million of RAM interest money to help individuals that was impacted by the tornado. And today we will have the Office of Recovery kind of giving us an update of where we are with those funds. In front of us today, we have Mr. Julian Nix as well as Mr. Jim Hill. For the people who are online that would like to testify, please raise your hand so that we can be able to move you over when we get to public comment. And for folks in the room, if you would like to testify, please sign in on the sign-in sheet up by the clerk. As we go to discussion item number 1, we have Mr. Nix from the Recovery Office that will walk us through PowerPoint in front of us. Mr. Nix, you may proceed.
All right, thank you all. So again, Julian Nix, Chief Recovery Officer for St. Louis. I got to hold it. All right, Julian Nix, Chief Recovery Officer for the City of St. Louis, Office of Mayor Kara Spencer. First, thank you, Alderman or Chair Aldridge, for allowing us to be here, members of the committee. It is good to be back in person after I know the last meeting, the snow kept us all virtual, but good to see so many people here showing a general interest in the recovery and where we're moving through. I do want to recognize 2 other members of my team who are here as well that'll be speaking. So Jennifer Brinkman and Laura Ginn. Coming out of our last few sessions with the Board of Alders, we recognize that one of the things that was frequently said is understanding the dollars has to start with understanding the context of where we are and our initiatives tied to the recovery. So we do want to start by being able to share updates of where we are on the operation side, because that helps bring context to where we are on the number side as we move through this. So I have brought my full team that oversee that to make sure that we're able to answer any questions that you all have here tonight. So I won't go through the first 2 pages here, but just for general recap for the group, we keep, and overall, if we go to the next page here, Madam Clerk, we do keep a general update on where we are on our top outcome metrics from a general public standpoint, so you all can track tied to our core pillars what the results are that we've had thus far. And then we also keep a regular update that we regularly update monthly on the next page here that gives an overall overview of the funding that has been committed or overall toward the tornado and to what areas those dollars are focused to drive that transparency there. So just want to acknowledge those are there. We're happy to answer questions that come from that, from both the public or from our Board of Alders, but wanted to start by acknowledging those overall pages. If we go to the next page here, so just a little bit of the agenda that we have planned to talk through today. I will start as a Chief Recovery Officer giving an overall overview or update from what has happened and what's happening within our team, within the Recovery Office and the broader rest of our city government. We'll then get from a recovered residents an update on a lot of our winter-related areas, which we are happy to see the weather getting better and it's coming down to an end and changing some conditions of what our focuses are there. We will then get an update from Laura Ginn, who leads our repaired properties, to talk about the work around demolition, debris, and repairs that is underway. And then we'll kind of have a resource plans update on funding from our Chief Financial Recovery Officer, Jim Hill. And then we'll end with me on some reminders and next steps. All right, next page. So just a little bit of overview of some updates that have been made here just around our vision, mission, and outcomes that we're focused on. As again, for those who don't know, our vision is restoring our communities, reimagining the future, recognizing that restoring back to where we was is not good enough. We have to actually think about how we reimagine the direction of North St. Louis. Our mission and a North Star that we're focusing on and that we've kind of continued to revise is, Mayor Spencer said early, the goal is to make sure residents stay or return. And so at the heart of that mission is we have to get residents to believe it's worth it to stay or return. We still have a lot of work to do, but our goals is for people to get to a place where they can say, my home is safe, my neighborhood has a future, and that there is a plan for me in it. Outcomes for what we're oriented around getting there is making sure we work toward a 100% residents who are seeking support connected to support, 100% of eligible homes repaired, and 100% of debris removed, and 100% of our public infrastructure restored. That is mostly focusing on the immediate priorities, recognize that rejuvenated neighborhoods is a huge secondary part. But wanted to orient around this because as we move through and talk about our strategic pillars, we talk about it in the able of what we deliver, which is trying to work to deliver recovered residents, which is keeping residents safe and building a trusted path forward. Repaired properties is focused on preserving what we can out of our buildings and our built environment and our historic infrastructure and clearing out the debris that we can't, and then Rejuvenator Hoods, which is really focusing on reopening anchors, reviving businesses, and restoring momentum or building momentum in an area that's been long underinvested in. So this is a big mission, a big outcomes. We have not gotten close to proving to residents what we need to do here, but we are working on moving toward that path and look forward to talking about where we are on those efforts to date. As we go to the next page here, so we've been focused on January to March really on two core priorities. First is winter safety, recognizing we had one of the coldest and snowy winters that we've had. We have a number of families and people who are still living in damaged dwellings and committed to staying there. So our number one focus was ensuring safety. We have since been, as a result, have had mobilization of operations from hotels to frequent check-ins with residents still in those damaged dwellings to make sure we've kept up on that priority. The second was visible debris removal and repairs. Our focus so far has been primarily on driving private property assistance applications, understanding what the need is from folks on demolition, debris, and repair on private property so that we can start to accelerate in March the visible progress in neighborhoods. So those are our two core priorities that we'll talk about a little bit more. Next page. So I just kind of do a reminder of where we are from a timetable in Q1 of 2026 tied to the recovery effort. First, we've had a major focus on our winter safety, which is mostly focusing on safety through a focus on housing and making sure people had a safe place to live, or if they were in a damaged dwelling, that we were doing what we could to take care of them. The second has been repaired properties. We've been working through a February 28th deadline to get as many people registered as possible for private property assistance. We have had previously our CDA Healthy Home Repair Program all the way through February was the only program pipeline that we had delivering on repairs. And we know that that program has moved way too slowly, which was why we have been building an infrastructure to deliver repair at a much more massive scale as we move through. That operation is now going to be starting now that we are moving into March. We have started reaching out to the first set of homeowners that work will start with to start securing agreements with those homeowners to start that work. The goal is to pilot it. We know that we can't go from 19 homes in over 8 months to expecting to be able to deliver 100 to 200 homes in a given month. So we are ramping up a pilot of this new program with the goal of being able to reach full scale as we continue to grow and increase our output through that particular effort. What we have always also been working on is an assessments and windshield survey. Those who might remember the first early days of the tornado, our best way of getting an assessment out the door was through what was called the Most Save Coalition. That was a partnership with our partners from SEMA, so the State Emergency Management Agency, who went and did red, yellow, green tags on homes to try to get a sense of the initial damage. That was completed not to give us a real account of all the damage. It was used to build a case to get FEMA here in the first place. And we know that that had a lot of negative things tied to it. We recognize that well after a disaster, 8 months after, and also after winter, conditions on the ground change. So we initiated a full review of trees, stumps, everything, the built environment, homes, buildings, for what's left as the work to be done. That work is being completed at the end of this week, but we have some early insights on a massive amount of work that's still left to done in communities that is going to help inform the long-term operational path to the goals I set forth in the earlier slides. We are starting to accelerate demolition, debris removal, street trees, and sidewalks on private property in March alongside our home repair efforts, really toward our goal of visible progress in neighborhoods. We also continue to have our Rejuvenated Neighborhoods neighborhood planning efforts. Those will be used to inform the long-term plans for the reimagining of our future that's being led directly by residents. So we have resident-centric plans that drive city and for-profit investment into these neighborhoods to make sure that vision is not built by us in this room, is not built by our developers, but it's built by the communities and what they hope to see. So those efforts are all kind of underway, but want to give that sense of timing. So if we go to the next page here, a couple of core points that I want to reiterate on the key takeaways that I hope we all take away from this presentation. We'll go in a lot more depth with members of my team. But one is that winter safety and our resident support systems continue and have gotten more mature as we have worked through it. We have effectively established case management ecosystem with core partners, including a few that we'll talk about later that have been hugely helpful for working directly with our residents and connecting them to resources, but also providing a place for us to centralize where we send residents to get support, and then we can kind of work with them to help make sure they have what they need to help residents. We continue to have had shelter operations through both Code Blue and through our non-congregate shelters to make sure we provide immediate housing for folks. We rolled out our housing support programs from rental assistance to the Impacted Tenants Fund that continue to open and move and be refined. And then we've also continued to work to establish our other resident services, from legal support to food to crisis counseling to our resilience hubs and many other pieces that we'll talk about later. On the second piece here, we have completed updated assessments in the tornado zone post-no. And we've estimated a large amount of work left to remain, which we all know, but is all quantified and continues to be reiterated by the people in the communities who have to live it every day. We have identified about 619 hazardous trees that still need to be removed from the tornado zone, 486 trees with hazardous limbs, 2,763 tree stumps that were left over, 93 sidewalk repairs that are needed, about 1,366 in estimated potential demolition. Those are not confirmed, but those are estimates. And about 8,921 potential homes or buildings still need in repair or in progress of repair by the current owners. So a massive amount of need needed in this community that we all recognize with the low insurance rates and massive disinvestment that's happened in this area for decades. When we look at our efforts, we talked last time about our focus being on driving private property assistance applications. We have over 3,500 applications initiated. That was as of Monday when this document was sent. We are above that number now that have been initiated. That is double where we were about a month ago when we had about 1,600 applications. And I do want to send a reminder, the deadline is Saturday, February 28th, so we appreciate all the support from the Board of Alders, but also the public on helping raise that amount of interest. I want to say a special thank you to the community who played a major role in that. We know we had groups like Action St. Louis who were knocking on doors. We partnered with 314 Oasis doing pop-up hubs in areas. We continued to run the STL Recovers Outreach Center. We hosted events at Westside Missionary Baptist. We held our event as a city for private property assistance. We know Action St. Louis also hosted another event on private property assistance. This was truly an effort of both the city and community partners to continue to drive the impact in that overall area. We're extremely thankful for the support that came out of this last meeting and the urgency that was felt by community groups to help us get that word out. The fourth part here is visible neighborhood recovery is still our core focus. It is what we know people need to see to believe in a recovery. We know it has been an area that we've had to speed up. That'll include debris removal, demolition repairs, and tree and sidewalk work. That work is still focused on accelerating in mid-March, but it will be only on city contracts. We are still waiting on state timing for the state portion of that work that has been shifted by delays with FEMA, but we are going to still be moving on debris, demolition, and repairs on the areas that the city has the ability to drive forward without the state. And we will continue to work with the state and federal partners to get that work delivered as soon as they can. The other point I want to hit on, I know there were a bunch of articles coming out of our last Board of Aldermen meeting focused on repairs that had said things about the funding source and whether or not we have the ability to kind of meet the moment and meet the needs in the. I do want to recharacterize what a lot of those articles said. This is a $1.6 billion disaster. The city has never had the full dollars to meet that need. So there has always been a funding gap between the dollars that we've had and the dollars that we will need to ultimately recover. So I do want to send a message that the Recovery Office budget is sufficient to deliver the operating goals that we have set forth through June, that we believe we have the capacity and the infrastructure to actually deliver to residents. That does not mean we have the size to fix the issue, but it is meeting the recovery process that we have planned. but we will require additional funding after from the city, state, and federal partners to continue to scale our efforts post mid-June. So I did want to establish that we do look forward to working with the president, the board of aldermen, to work on our comptrollers, to work on an additional funding package to the recovery, to continue and to expand the much needed support that's going to be required for the size of the problem that I just framed up here in bullet number 2. So that'll hopefully be a major effort that as you all get ready to come back into session for the next set of legislation in May, we are committed to working with you all to make sure that we are prepared for a funding package that can help address these issues as we come back into session, or as you all go back into session in May. So with that, I would love to turn it over to Jennifer Brinkman to give an update on our recovered residents and winter update.
Good evening. Jennifer Brinkman, Director of Recovery Innovation in the Office of Recovery, focused on the pillar of recovered residents. So as we discussed last month, of the residents, when we looked at going into winter, we saw 3,000 households that we thought were at risk of some imminent harm because of living in an unhoused or unsafe dwelling as of the last FEMA reporting. We had a number of organizations come together to do outreach along with the city programs. Next slide, please. Of those organizations, the St. Louis Integrated Health Network, Community Health Workers, our partners at Action St. Louis who did canvassing, and other organizations reached out to those households that we thought were most at risk through door-to-door canvassing, but also significant phone banking. At this time, we have 40 caseworkers between the disaster case managers and the community health workers working across 7 agencies, and we have them in one shared platform that will begin to produce data where we can track outcomes for residents. Through this outreach, we have seen the case management cases grow by over 66% since we were together over the last month, with 51 currently on a wait list. We are looking at the capacity of that team if we need to expand that capacity to continue to meet that need. We have an ecosystem of partners that are engaged in that, providing the range of services that the disaster case managers can connect residents to. The case managers have been critical in helping us to navigate people into the housing options we had available for them over this winter, including the non-congregate shelters. You know about the Code Blue, but in terms of the non-congregate shelters we were able to get disaster survivors to, we currently have 51 households in the hotels. We're working with the disaster case managers and the community health workers to get them placed in more stable housing as we move forward and through the winter. The rental assistance program has launched with 356 applications to date. You can see that we've had strong month-over-month growth in terms of the applications, with 130 more, with more approvals this month, with 138 total applicants that have been approved. As a reminder, this program requires the applicant to be approved, and then they find a property to lease, and then the lease is approved with the landlord's consent, and the payment is made then to the landlord. So there's been 39 leases approved, which is 32 more than last month, for nearly $400,000 paid out. The Impacted Tenants Fund, in addition, continues to grow with over 300 applications there, 112 approved, and about $150,000 paid out to date. All of our nonprofit supports, these are the ones supported by the city as well as some of our state partners through the Behavioral Health Crisis Counseling, that are critical to our residents being able to move forward. So you can see utility assistance, which has been critical for this winter outreach, where our caseworkers were able to get people their utilities reconnected, the legal supports from Legal Services of Eastern Missouri, behavioral health, again, food, and then our resilience hubs that continue to stand in the gap in our neighborhoods for the residents. I will add that we have noted a challenge for residents, that many of our residents are coming to us without ID, the things that they need to qualify for these programs. So we are forging a partnership with the Schray Foundation to be able to provide training to our disaster case managers, health workers, and other community partners to be able to support people in getting their documentation. Next Next slide, please. This just tells you more about the rental assistance and impacted tenants fund. I'm not going to go over each number, but you can see the process of how people are working through, particularly rental assistance and the steps and where everyone is in the stages of approval. We're watching those denials really carefully. Last month, we reported to you that we had seen a higher rate of denials than we were happy with, and we looked at how to expand eligibility. We have seen the rate of denials improve since we expanded that eligibility, and you can see the reasons for the denials. I will say we're watching that 16% really carefully in terms of the time it's taking people to identify a unit or landlords being unresponsive, and looking at how we can address that for the residents as well. Next slide page, please. If you're here from a resident working through these programs and they are getting denials, they can appeal them. They can send in their missing documents, evidence of an inaccurate assessment from our partners who are running these programs, or for the rental assistance and new intent to lease. And then we do have the caseworkers available to support them in that process as well. That concludes my report. Turn it to Laura.
Good evening. My name is Laura again. I am an employee of St. Louis Development Corporation, serving as the lead for repaired properties, Office of Recovery. The repaired properties pillar includes kind of the built environment, so that includes the public infrastructure and private property. When we talk about public infrastructure, that's the initial right-of-way, debris removal, and clearing. Is there perhaps maybe another mic? Okay. Street tree, hazardous street tree removals, sidewalks, and then in the long term, really restoring our public tree canopy and building to above what it was before, ideally. In private property assistance, that starts with our outreach and then application for private property assistance, processing of those applications, confirming ownership, and then scheduling to do site inspections and assessments that develop a scope of work and ultimately inform how, what programs that property and that owner are eligible for, and routing into the specific programs. We worked hard to create a comprehensive application process so that there's a one-stop shop for any private property assistance needs. You put in one application. There is no minimum eligibility. There are no denials. We work through the process to determine what are the programs that can be available for that specific property. Under stabilization and repair, we have the emergency stabilization program. That's tarps and boards, kind of emergency weatherization to keep water and weather out while we're waiting for long-term repair. As Julian mentioned, standing up the new rapid repair program, kicking off as we speak. Interior muck-outs and minor exterior debris removal through our partnership with AmeriCorps. On demolition and debris, of course, that removes demolition of properties that are too unsafe or cannot be repaired. Large exterior debris, hazardous tree removals. Next slide. For the right-of-way debris pickup, as you know, we've been providing that service since the tornado event, and that has been billed to and mostly so far reimbursed by FEMA, but it's not something that we were able to continue, and really encouraged a deadline on those services where they would not be able to reimburse in perpetuity. That deadline has been set as this Saturday. It aligns with the private property assistance deadline, because what we're asking is that if you need debris removal services after the 28th, that you apply for property assistance so that we can come out, determine those debris removal needs, get access to the property and come and remove that ourselves. Alternatively, we have our existing debris options throughout the city, and one that was built up specifically for tornado recovery. So number 2 up there is that if there are community events or kind of block scale cleanups, you can still request a free dumpster delivery at stlrecovers.com. We just ask for the location, a point of contact, and a couple weeks in advance. We'll drop it off and then come back and pick it up after. The existing bulk pickup services that are scheduled according to where you live. And the city still does maintain up to 12 free loads to either of the city transfer stations, 71 Angelica Street in North City, and then Carondelet if you're in the south. I want to note here that one of the things going to ENA on Wednesday is an increase in funding for AmeriCorps, so they continue to scale up and provide those debris removal services. Looking at public infrastructure, next slide. Julian mentioned we've just completed our comprehensive survey of remaining street trees and sidewalk damage throughout the most impacted neighborhoods. That was just completed at the end of last week. So we have identified another more than 600 hazardous street trees to be removed, almost 500 that still need hazardous limbs removed, and at least 93 sidewalks that were damaged by trees that were downed by the tornado. At the same time that we were completing the survey, we started the procurement process for the contractors to complete that work. The selection committee selected those contractors a couple days ago, and we'll go to ENA on Wednesday for final approval, and we'll be working to quickly execute those and get that work rolling. We know exactly where the work is and are ready to task order those out as soon as we have notice to proceed. Another thing here, though, is we have over 2,000 stumps remaining from hazardous trees that have already been removed. And when we remove another 600 something, we'll be up to almost 2,800 stumps remaining throughout the neighborhoods and parks. FEMA will only fund stumps associated with sidewalk damage, so we are still working to determine funding and ability to remove more than 2,000 remaining stumps. Next slide. As Julian mentioned earlier, we've been working to get an updated assessment of property damage. We had those really early initial rapid exterior only assessments. They were not necessarily consistent or comprehensive, and 9 months has gone by. So we really needed an updated understanding of remaining damages to help drive operations and funding decisions. We've completed over 15,000 parcel surveys to date, and they continue through this week. And of the results so far, about 150 properties have been identified as still needing emergency demolition. That means that they represent an imminent threat to an adjacent structure, home or business, or to the public right-of-way. Over 1,000 properties tagged as potential demolitions that will require further determination to make that call, but that's where those initial assessments came back, and almost 9,000 properties showing tornado damage and needing repair. There's a subset of those where we're all tracking if there are signs of repair, if the owner's making repairs, but still kind of keeping tabs on all the existing repairs out there, and then within that getting a sense of where work is happening, where work is still needed, who has applied, and who has not applied. Moving on to the next, we're coming up on that deadline for our private property assistance application on Saturday, and so far we have over 3,500 applications initiated, but only 2,568 that have been fully submitted. So that almost 1,000 delta are folks that have started the process but haven't officially submitted, which must be done by the deadline to meet some of our funding requirements. Of those, we've begun inspections on more than 600 properties, and almost 100, the scope of works are being finalized. We have 182 that have been assigned to programs and to contractors, and to date, 31 of those complete. But you can see the pipeline behind it growing and those contracts being awarded and the work beginning. I'll wrap up with some key takeaways for this section on the next slide. So again, with home repair, initially we were tapping into that CDA Healthy Home Repair Program and providing those services where possible, but in addition to an existing program that was already backlogged by about 18 months. And so at the same time, been working to stand up a separate program that's ready to scale to more disaster recovery, rapid repair response. In the last week, we have reached out to the first set of 10 homeowners to set up those grant agreement signings, the contractor walkthroughs, and initiate the first set of properties, looking to add another 30 in March and continue to scale through the months ahead. That does mean that there are many properties. We have received over 2,000 applications that are on that wait list. We will begin communicating to residents in the next few days about the ones that are advancing currently and who is still in kind of on hold or on that wait list. And then the next couple of weeks, once we have all those properties in, we're completing these right-of-way assessments, we'll be better able to follow back up and communicate where folks sit kind of within that pipeline and within the prioritization. When we look at demolition, last time we met here, I think we had about 13 properties confirmed, or 13 demolitions complete and closed out. You're going to continue to see those contracts and those projects increase. So today we have another 55 that have been contracted, 28 out to bid. A lot of that is LRA beginning to spend dollars on the demolition of LRA buildings that were damaged by the tornado, and continuing to address these emergency demolitions as they arise. At the same time, we're finalizing an agreement with the state to allocate $10 million of Senate Bill 1. If you recall, it was a $100 million allocation from the state. So we've been working towards a $10 million allocation that the city can begin to use on properties that are in need of demolition and debris removal that are not eligible for FEMA funding. FEMA-funded properties are going to be contracted by the state. As Julian mentioned, slight delay there because FEMA is on furlough, but that does not slow down this process. So for properties that are not eligible, the city will do the contracting, the state will reimburse out of this SB1 program. We've been using these surveys to help identify the first batch of properties for that program, primarily first focused on primary corridors and some neighborhood anchors, for example, around Fountain Park, within Lewis Place, working with our partners on the ground to identify those nodes. Those are just surveys so far, and we will continue to work with community and with partners to refine those properties and then move those through into the demolition phase. I mentioned that the properties that are eligible for FEMA funding under demolition are happening through a state contract. So the private property debris removal from FEMA was mission assigned to the state of Missouri. The city is responsible for collecting those applications, those right of entries, completing inspections, assessments, scope of work, utility disconnects, preparing them all the way up to ready for contracting. We then send them to the state of Missouri. They review for FEMA eligibility, and if they meet those eligibility requirements, the state will be contracting out those demolitions. To date, we have sent 86 properties to the state for review, and we have a little over 100 in the pipeline that will continue to move over to them for review and approval. In addition, for non-demolition debris removal, our primary partner for that, as I mentioned, is AmeriCorps St. Louis. They have been working hard for many, many months, and at the next Wednesday ENA, we're looking to extend their contract and add additional funds so that they can scale up and work better through kind of the backlog of requests, especially with the application portal being opened and applications coming in. We saw our requests for debris removal increase quite a bit over the last month since we met, so immediately started working to get more money and more capacity into AmeriCorps so they can meet the need there. And finally, I want to note that as we move forward, we are going to start having to identify properties that were vacant and abandoned prior to the tornado that are now unsafe and require demolition, which is going to look like forced abatement and condemnation proceedings. Hoping to do that as much as possible in concert with our community partners, with residents that are impacted by those properties that were already an issue prior to the tornado. And we'll have more communications about that program, the appeals processes, the demolition processes, what to expect as we move into that next phase of contracting and debris demolition. And Jim, thank you.
Okay, thank you. My name is Jim Hill, and I am the Chief Cost Recovery Officer in the Recovery Office. If you advance one slide, I'm going to give you an update on the Recovery Office funding. First of all, consistent with prior reports, the overall funding is stayed about the same, about $425 million across the city and our state and federal partners. The city has allocated $119 million, with $43.7 million coming from the Board of Aldermen bills that have been passed from Rams interest, and then half of the fiscal 25 reserve operating surplus. Of the 43.7, 92% of the board bills funds have been awarded, and 85% of those have been contracted. And the big delta between those that are contracted and those that are awarded continue to be the CDA vacant unit turns. And there is progress being made there, but it's just a very, very slow process. We have about $3.5 million left to award, and we plan to award most of that next week at the March 4th special E&A. The spend has increased. In the last month, we spent $3.5 million, and we're up to $15.1 million in spending. And we expect to spend as much as $20 million between now and the end of June, early July. So at the end of June, we will have about 85% of the board bill funds spent. The primary drivers of this timing are the repair spending, which is getting ready to launch now this month, the vacant unit turn payouts, so when those unit turns are completed, inspected, and permits issued and ready to be occupied, they'll be paid out, and then the timing of rental assistance payments. As Julian has mentioned, funding is sufficient to deliver on the operation mid-June, but after that, we'll require additional funding from the city, state, or federal partners to continue. Next slide. Here is the view of budgeted funding by source and priority area. We've got $119 million. It's the middle gray bar in there that has been allocated from the city, $43 million of which has been spent on those activities that will be eligible for reimbursement from FEMA and the state emergency management. There's another $32 million that has been repurposed from CDA for things like ARPA, CDBG, DED, et cetera. And then the two middle blue rows are those board bills that have been awarded by the Board of Aldermen, the $43.7 million. And then at the bottom are the $201 million from our FEMA for demolition and debris, and then the state funding from Senate Bill 1, the MHDC housing grants, and then Department of Mental Health and some crisis counseling. When you look across the different areas, the bulk of the dollars will go to the repair properties, $322 million, and then we've got $74 million that is being spent to support residents. Next, drilling in on the $43.7 million of the board bills. We've awarded $40.2 million. There's a remaining $3.5 million available. $37 million has been contracted, and through earlier this week, $15.1 million has been spent. When we look at the $3.5 million that we look to award, we have things that, and we're still finalizing this, but AmeriCorps on the continuing private property debris removal, an extension of the non-congregate sheltering with SLS to take us into the early part of March. We've got additional sheltering costs that DHS will be spending, and then we've got the ROE and HSA work related to home repair. So those would be the big things on the March 4th special E&A. Next slide. Here's a view of our spending. So the far left is what has been spent to date. That's the $15.1 million. And you can see the acceleration in March, April, May, and June. The bulk of the spending to date has been on the resident services, so the sheltering, rental assistance, the United Way services that the city has funded. As we get into March, April, May, and June, you see the orange. That is the work that's going to be happening around the home repair, and you see that will accelerate significantly over the next several months. Next slide. Okay. So as mentioned, we have sufficient funds to take us through June, and this is considering the $3.5 million. Expect to award next week. Success over the next few months. There's a few things that, and you guys are a part of this, is to enable the home repair to happen over these next 3 months. But there's the ARPA interest board bill that is working through the process now, $3.8 million that will go to home repair. We have, there was a $1 million MHDC grant that was awarded to CDA from the state of Missouri. And as a reminder, as part of SB1, there was $100 million that was awarded Department of Public Safety, primarily focused on demo and debris removal. There was $25 million that was awarded for home repair and housing services. The city, through CDA, applied for and received $1 million. We are given some of the challenges around speed of delivery that CDA has experienced, we have transferred these funds to the Recovery Office, and we are committed to get these funds deployed as quickly as possible so that we can go back and get more MHDC funds. So of the $25 million that have been set aside by the state, about $5 million has been awarded across the state, including our $1 million. The sooner we can work through those funds, we can apply for future tranches of funds, and that will be the focus. And then there are other allocations that we are looking at, including repurposing some ARPA funds that were set aside for building stabilization that have not been fully used, and there's remaining amounts on that contract that we intend to transfer. And then finally, the significant demo and debris removal activity that will happen over the next several months will generally be on activities that are eligible for reimbursement, whether they're reimbursable from FEMA or whether they're reimbursable from the state of Missouri through Senate Bill 1. And those will be the funds that we will have available to continue on the demo and debris. And then we talked a lot about stumps. A challenge with the stumps, the only stumps that are eligible for FEMA reimbursement are those that disrupt sidewalk. And so we have about 100 of those. There's another couple thousand of stumps that are not eligible for reimbursement. So as we think about opportunities to get those removed, one of the things that we have talked about, we mentioned it earlier today, Alderman Browning on the elected officials call, but looking into opportunity to use ward capital. Next slide. I wanted to give just a quick update on FEMA. As you all know, the DHS budget did not get passed on February 14th. Over the weekend, DHS shut down all of their activities, including FEMA. And so we got an email on Monday that said FEMA, the FEMA grant resources that we're working with on a day-in, day-out basis said that they've been called back from the field, and there will be no engagement until this hiatus is ended. The concern for us is that, as you guys know, last time we met, that morning we had found out that FEMA had obligated $26.1 million of funds for reimbursement, which translates, the city has a 15% share of that, but it translates into $22.2 million that we would get reimbursed from FEMA and SEMA. As you look at the bottom, those reimbursements are forecasted $1.5 million in February, which we received today. We're expecting to get $8.9 million next week from FEMA, but we don't know what's going to happen with this shutdown. The funds are obligated, they're set aside. The state of Missouri has initiated the transfer process, but that goes to FEMA. FEMA needs to transfer those funds to us, and we don't know what's going to happen, and the state doesn't. So we'll see. Hopefully all of this is resolved quickly. Hopefully this doesn't impact our reimbursement, but hopefully it's resolved quickly nonetheless. So of the 26.1, the federal share of that is 19.6 million, and we would expect to have received that in a handful of buckets between now and the end of June. And then the state retains their 10% share until the disaster is totally closed out, which we're estimating to be kind of mid-2027-ish. And the state share of this 26 million is 2.6 million. Next slide. So finally, as we look ahead at the priorities, as Laura and Julian mentioned, we ran RFP process for hazardous tree and stump removal and sidewalk repair. We selected those vendors and selection committee on Monday. We are notifying them of their selection. They will be formally awarded on March 4th at the special E&A. In the meantime, we'll be working on contracting so that we can, once the award is done, hopefully we have draft contracts ready to go, and those vendors can start quickly on tree and stump removal and sidewalk repair. There's a large, complicated FEMA eligible demo and debris removal RFP that is out right now. Questions were due today. We will be responding to those questions over the weekend. Their responses are due on March the 10th, and we would expect to select a vendor or vendors for that work and award that work at the shooting for the March 18th regular E&A, so contractors can start on that shortly thereafter. And then we mentioned the $3.5 million of remaining Board Bill 3194 and 95 dollars that we intend to award at next week's special E&A. Julian and Laura are finalizing their $10 million initial SB1 pilot with the state for debris removal, and hopefully that will get started here shortly. And then over the next month, we will be working on the unmet needs analysis to be able to clearly define those needs and then define those gaps as we work with you all and federal and state partners and stakeholders on how we close those gaps. Okay.
Perfect. Thank you, Jennifer. Thank you, Laura. Thank you, Jim, for that. So just a few kind of things that I want to hit on kind of a little bit before we go to the next. One, I just kind of want to recognize, I know Jim said we'll see acceleration of the cash spending in that forecast over the course of the next few months. I know that for folks who have been waiting, that cash drawdown does not look fast. So I just want to acknowledge that and say that that is not equal to the work. The reality is things like home repair, once they start, take up to 75 days from the moment we initiate the work to be the work is completed. Because we are bringing in contractors that are largely bonded and able to perform the work, they do not bill us until 75 days after, and even then there's 30 days between then and when we have to pay the bills. So one, I just want to say that that spend down in our buckets does not equal the visibility of what people will see in neighborhoods, but it does reflect what we will see on a cash balance. So we just want to be extremely transparent about what we should expect to see, so as we come into future meetings, you know if we are on track relative to our operational goals, is our cash balances showing that acceleration? So I wanted to make that clear in case that was not. I want to make one other thing clear. I know we talked about the FEMA eligible debris contract. We do already have a contract for FEMA ineligible, so I did want to repeat that that contract is to support LRA specific public assistance demolition and other specific demolitions the city will do that can be done under our contract, and it should not be delaying the efforts of the debris removal we are planning to start in March. So just want to make those few clear as we move through this. A few things on the reminders and next steps if we go to the next page here. So one, how can alders and how can residents help? One is you all have already been doing this, but continue to spread the word because it's valuable to come from more than one places. As much as we like to hope people follow the City of St. Louis website or follow SDR Recovers on Instagram, they do not. They do follow many of you. They do follow many of our community groups, many of the people in this room. So the work that you all do to spread the word and use your resources, use your relationship community to spread the word has been and continues to be extremely effective. This recovery could never be done by the city alone, and so we appreciate all the support from community. The third is we recognize that we still are trying to work to accelerate work in March on repairs, demolition, and debris. So continuing to spread that word. And I will say fourth, if you know there are people in the community who are upset, who have questions, don't know what's happening, who don't feel like they're getting the answer they need, the community and resource fair meetings that we hold monthly do create an opportunity for them to answer those questions directly. We try to speak to all of the most pressing issues that we get way too many questions to be able to answer individually, and those meetings do give us a direct chance to directly answer questions for residents and give detailed updates that's not in the form of these materials, which can be overly dense because we're trying to educate you all, but these aren't built to be messages to the public for what they see. That is what those meetings are for, so we hope that you all will encourage people to continue to attend that. Our next meeting is on March 17th from 5:30 to 8:30 at O'Fallon Recreation Center. We plan to talk a lot more about funding, but more from a lens of what it means for residents, what it means for those who are still awaiting services from SDL Recovers, and how we are thinking about that and what it means for them. We continue to see great attendance from residents at that event, but we know there are more people requesting support, calling our lines than are attending those. So continuing to support those and even direct presence from alders is very much appreciated to show that we have a consistent commitment from the mayor's office to our board of alders and our elected officials to that recovery effort. In terms of support of long-term recovery, one is continued support from, I thought President Green would be here, but continued support that she in passing our additional contracts through ENA with speed. The second is I know you all have going for a vote in front of the overall Board of Aldermen, but we are thankful to the HUD committee who passed an ARPA interest to support home repair that'll be critical to our efforts through June. So we are dependent on that to reach our goals. So we hope that that'll pass quickly through the Board of Alders and also move into work. It's not what we're relying on for March, but it is part of our June spending plan. The third is additional funding. We said ward capital, but we're open to talking about other sources for ineligible debris removal like tree stumps will be helpful. Our goal will be working directly with alders to use ward capital on those that are emergency and urgent efforts for the community. And then if there are still gaps that we can't fund in ward capital, will be a part considerations as we look toward a longer-term funding package of debris removal or even state funds out of SB1. But if there are immediate priority issues, we are counting on the alders more broadly, especially those to use ward capital to accelerate the more urgent efforts of their residents directly in the zone, since those are not FEMA reimbursable. And then last but not least, we do need to pass an additional package for funding recovery, and specifically out of the RAM settlement to tornado recovery in May and June. That will be critical to our operations. It will be one of the top priorities from the mayor's office and the recovery office for when you all come back in session in May. That work will not wait till May to start. We need to be starting those conversations with you all over the next 2 to 3 months. So my commitment is to do that with you all, to share what the needs are openly from the recovery now that we have finalized the assessments and have a much better picture of how fast we will be able to move and what our cash needs will be. So we look forward to working together on that. And then last but not least, those of you who have been reaching out, asking us questions, continue to share feedback you're hearing from experiences. We can't answer every question on the ground, but the questions you all ask, the questions you all receive from residents and helping us triage is incredibly helpful. So we want to thank you all. We want to thank the community members who have been a part of that and also offering feedback as we continue to work through this. So with that, that is all that we have, and we'll turn it back over to Chair Aldridge and to the public for comment.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. Are you ready? We're going to start with public comment first. So if you would like to speak, we do have the sign-in sheet. If you are online and you would like to speak, please raise your hand so that the clerk can be able to pull you over into the room so we can allow you on as a panelist. Everyone will have 3 minutes. When you get up to the mic, please just state your first and last name and the ward you reside in. So far, Madam Clerk, is anybody in the waiting room that want to come over?
Yes, we have 4. 1, 2, 4.
Okay. So what we'll do, we will alternate from people in the room being first, and then people who are online to be able to speak. If you did sign up to speak online and in the room, we're going to swear everybody in at one time. So if you're in the room, if you can raise your right hand. And then, Madam Clerk, for the people that's online, can you move the 4 over so they can kind of turn their camera on so we can do them also?
You want to do it all together?
All at once.
Okay.
And just for the sake of time, that everybody that's going to be willing to speak, just raise your right hand. We'll swear you guys in, and then I do see one individual online. You'll be the first one since you turn your camera on. If you can raise your right hand, swear you in. Everyone, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? All right, we got enough I do's. We will start with the first person in the room, Madam Clerk. Again, when you come up, just state your first, last name, 3 minutes, and then the ward you reside in. And between myself and the clerk, we will keep time of the 3 minutes. Whenever you're ready, Madam Clerk, you can call the first person up in the room.
I believe it's Topher Sudlik.
Hi, I'm Christopher Sudlik. I live in Northwoods, and I'm here with the PSL and with Missouri Grassroots United. For a long time, when faced with the failures of our systems, people have taken it in stride. They've told themselves that governing well is difficult, that solving problems is hard, and contented themselves with whatever excuses our politicians make for their failures to deliver. However, recently I have felt the winds of change. As the Epstein files have unfolded to the public has seen that each and every little annoyance, every broken system, every pain they'd endured was meticulously and carefully planned by the most powerful and depraved people alive today. Now, when they hear an excuse, no matter how badly they want to believe you, a little voice in their heads will ask, is that really true, or is there more to the story? Any organizer here who has been in this fight for relief can tell you that, of course, there's more to the story. There's a lot of profit to be made in putting pressure on North City to fail. Developers profit most when they get to buy communities that have bottomed out the worst. That little voice, it's only going to keep growing louder. People have seen too much to keep giving the benefit of the doubt. History is being written fast, and it will be written by the people who take the action that will usher in tomorrow. Will you be the Board of Aldermen that brought down corruption, that removed and investigated Julian Nix, and put the people doing the work in charge of recovery? Or will you be the feckless cowards that clung to the wreckage of a failing system as the same forces that are blocking recovery drag the entire city government beneath the waves? I fully expect you to fail at this test. But I see a lot of people in this room, and I hope you will join this fight. Come to the Action Town Halls. Come see me after this, and I can help you figure out where you fit in this fight. Thank you.
We have online Casey Fowler.
Hi, Casey Fowler Finn, Ward 6. This is a humanitarian crisis, but the city is not responding to it as such. I know you all keep acknowledging the process is too slow, but please know this does not excuse you from not getting the work done. This lack of response is negligent and completely unacceptable. I would say it's shocking, but this is what happens in St. Louis. I see a sign in the room saying the devastation did not start with the tornado. But this ongoing negligence of North City is harming the entire city, whether you want to accept it or not. So I'm begging you, the Board of Aldermen, the mayor's office, anyone in the city, to please make recovery of North City the top priority. Stop city projects in other parts of the city and funnel that money to the north. Allocate all of the RAMS money, not just the interest money, all of the RAMS money to North City. Make it accessible and distribute it immediately. Please get the other alder people and residents on board. I believe our city's long-term health and well-being depends on it. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Makeda. I'm not sure how to pronounce the last name.
Makeda Baraka. Thank you for being able to come up and air the grievance. My name is
State your
Makeda.
ward for me.
My name is Makeda Baraka, and I am an 11th Ward North Side resident and member of the International People's Democratic Uhuru Movement. To the mayor and the Board of Aldermen, I just want to say that you need to release the RAMS money to the Black community with interest immediately. We demand reparations for everything this city has done to our community. We demand reparations for the families of Catherine Brown, Rena Lyles, Dolores Holmes, Juan Baltazar, Larry Patrick, Patricia Pendleton, Jerome Robinson, all of whom were killed through the criminal negligence of Kara Spencer and this city government. Instead of paying reparations to the North Side, the city government continues to rob our communities and destroy economic development. Just a week ago, city officials canceled the North Side Business Grant Program, scrapping plans for $12,500 in payments to more than 150 applicants. Originally, the city put $37 million of ARPA funds into the North Side Business Grant, which was already a fraction of the overall money they had. Now they're not even giving the $12,500. The conditions on the North Side are not due to shortcomings by the community. Our labor and resources have historically produced wealth for others while our neighborhoods remain starved of investment and development. 9 months after the tornado, the city continues to do nothing while our community lives in substandard housing with the highest rates of unemployment, underemployment, poverty, and limited access to fresh food. We demand real economic development and reparations, not police containment. We are done begging for crumbs. We are done listening to Kara Spencer's false promises and lies. And when election season comes around, no alderperson who refuses to fund the North Side should expect to get a free ride. Your time is up. My message is for all members of our community who showed up today. And this is that we have to build our own power, our own political and economic power over our own lives, the power to feed, clothe, and house ourselves. This is what the work of NPDUM is about. What the Black Power Blueprint has done in less than a decade on the North Side is proof that if the government wanted to, they could rebuild the North Side in a week. But we are not waiting. We can't afford to. We are rebuilding the North Side. We are taking back our communities. I invite all of you to join us Sunday, March 8th at 3 p.m. at Aquaba Hall at 4101 West Florissant for a community forum to plan for a Black community convention, the real voice of the Black community, building our own solutions to the problems the city has imposed on us. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have online Ms. Cynthia Jordan.
Ms. Cynthia, could you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right. You may proceed. 3 minutes, and the ward you reside in. You may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, general public. I am Cynthia Jordan, and I am a resident here in St. Louis County, 63146. And as you can see, I am a banker. And I must give the disclaimer, the views that I'm expressing is not that of U.S. Bank. They're my own. And I wanted to be clear about Resolution 245. I do think that is the wrong direction. In fact, I know it is. It's morally wrong. And this is not the time to propose such a regressive and very insensitive piece of legislation, especially when you consider the amount of time that my fellow Northside residents have been waiting. Secondly, I have been working tirelessly with other members of the region. This is a regional issue. This is a regional humanitarian crisis. And so we have to be diligent in the sense of bringing people together. I've had one conversation with Chairwoman Retta Hurt Days about the state of North St. Louis City. This is a vital part of our city, and we cannot allow the city just to stand by themselves. And so I want to be clear about that. I did reach out to Dr. Robert Hawkins, who is a nationally renowned expert with community-led crisis, and I did have a presentation on February 19th. We're in the process of trying to put together a regional advisory committee to try to help the city to stand with North St. Louis and to get you the immediate help that you need so we can move forward. It is not right for us to continue to ignore the elephant in the room, if you will, and just leave people in these homes that are devastated and destroyed and pass them over and not try to help them financially. This is our responsibility. And so we have to be on the right side of history. So with that, Mr. Chair, I yield back my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Fofid Alkebulan.
My name is Fofi Alkebulan, known as Deborah Warren. I'm a member of the All African Peoples Development.
Excuse me, ma'am. What ward? What ward?
11.
11.
11. I'm a member of the All African People Development and Empowerment Project, and I'm the director of Project Black Unk. I've been a resident of the city. I'm an alumni graduate from Sumner High School. And what the city has not done to leave the historical buildings is deplorable. I've been to so many of these meetings with no results that I can see with my eyes. You asked for the public comment of the rounds money and the interest. Why don't you start by telling us exactly how much more money the city has made on this interest since this project got started? All of the money must be released to the north side for the community to be rebuilt by the people that lives there or that used to live there, because some of the houses are still devastated. Our city owes everything and we want it all. We want the release of the funds to the Black community now. The city needs to pay back the Black community for decades of destroying our economy and communities. First, the economy is gone and the people can't survive with what's left. The tornado was just the beginning, was not the beginning. It just ended what was already been in the process for the past 50 years, and that's as long as I've been there. I agree with those spoken before me that you need to release the rounds money, the interest, the ARPA money, and all the other money that the city budget to the north side. Not next week, not next month, but now.
Thank you. Next, we have online Quinn Mills.
Oh, hello, can you see me?
We cannot, Quinn.
Oh, okay.
Now we can see you. Okay. If you could raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
All right, Ms. Mills, you have 3 minutes. State your first and last name and the ward you reside in.
My name is Quinn Mills, and I'm a concerned South City resident of the 6th Ward. While I appreciate the work this committee has been doing to address the needs of tornado-impacted families and neighborhoods, it is not enough. We still have a city in ruins. We still have communities reeling from a disaster that is still ongoing. Why has it taken this long, 9 months, for the money to start flowing and real investment to begin? This should have started day one and funds allocated immediately to stop the bleeding. When this tornado tore through last May, it also tore through our hearts. Who was there to step in immediately and make sure that people had food, emergency supplies, hygiene supplies, clean clothes, and other essentials? It was the people. It was organizations like Action STL and For the Culture who made sure that residents had what they needed to get through the night and the days and weeks to follow. This was essential disaster relief that was the city government's job to provide, yet the city did not do so in the immediate aftermath, and they have continued to delay much needed robust relief to North City. It is not for lack of funding, as we know the RAM settlement funds, not just the interest, can be easily used to rebuild North City. I can only conclude that this city's legacy of racial discrimination and disinvestment in Black communities is being continued as a result of the lack of this administration to adequately and swiftly address the needs of North City residents by ensuring that everyone has a warm, safe place to sleep and food to eat. It has been 9 months, and people still do not have what they need to thrive in North City. It is clear to me that there are intentions to gentrify these neighborhoods and that the powers that be intend to wear us down to the point where we just give up and move on. I am here to say no, you will not wear us down, and we will not forget the neglect that you have left our North City residents to suffer in. I am here to give my testimony in favor of the RAM settlement funds being used to rebuild North City to ensure that these homes remain in the possession of families who have lived in them for generations, and to ensure that this community has the power to determine their own rebuilding process and development. I expect our city leadership to honor what the people here are saying needs to happen and to allocate sufficient funds from the RAM settlement and other sources for immediate distribution to aid in ensuring everyone who is currently unhoused has a warm place to sleep as soon as possible, not next month, not in 6 months, now, along with establishing an ordinance to ensure that North City cannot be gentrified by predatory and greedy developers. Make sure these bricks remain in the hands of those who have lived in these homes for generations. In addition, I expect the city to open a temporary shelter on the west side of the city for the winter of 2026, and to open an additional permanent shelter in the same area with sufficient beds. Without these changes, city residents, many of whom are survivors of the tornado, will continue to die on the streets. They will continue to suffer and lose limbs due to frostbite and lack of access to shelter or transit to shelter, particularly on the west side. Everyone has a right to warm shelter. These changes will save lives and give much needed warmth to those who have been facing the cold for far too long. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Westbrook.
My name is Westbrook, and I live in Baden on the north side. I am the local St. Louis president of the International People Democratic Uhuru Movement. I just want to say that the city owes us so much more than what's in the Rounds Fund. We know you have the resources in the city budget to change the situation on the north side. The devastation caused by the tornado was decades in the making. Long before the tornado hit, the city negative public policies of land grabs, of forcible displacement, of population removal of African people, and of police containment of the African community has done more damage than a tornado did. They destroyed thriving Black communities like Mills Creek Valley, Canlock, DeVille, and many more. They displaced thousands and wiped out Black generational wealth. See, the Team 4 plan intentionally removed resources from the Black neighborhoods for the beneficial of other areas. And we are too familiar with the Delmore Divide. They seized damn near 2,000 acres of land for the NGA Spa Center, pushing families out of their homes. They have disappeared entire Black communities. And that's just not right. That's not right. The police murdered Mike Brown, Anthony Lamar Smith, and so many others. 22 people died in the city jail since 2020, and nothing has been done as of yet. Nothing. The current mayor is guilty. The mayor before her is guilty. And any other person, any politician who goes along with the tradition of ripping off the north side is guilty too. Our commitment as Black people to organize in our own community to reverse this legacy. The Black Power Blueprint proved that we could do it. The International People Democratic Uhuru Movement proved that we could do it. What the city refused to do, we are doing. We are taking back our communities. And what you as an other person has to do is take action. Pay us our reparation. Pay us what we are owed or get up out of the way. Enough is enough. Enough excuses, enough lies. Your time is up. We say reparation now. When do we want it? Right now. Uhuru.
Thank you. Next, we have Kumba.
My name is Kumba Chi Nia. I live in the city of St. Louis in 6th Ward. I am a member of the International People's Democratic Uhuru Movement. And to the mayor has promised again and again that money from the Rams Fund is going to be used to restore and rebuild the North Side. It has been 9 months since the tornado devastated our community. You have done nothing. Our people are still living in tents. Mind you, it's cold outside. Or the tarps on their damaged homes, and thousands have been forced to leave. This is unacceptable. You are not doing this by accident or because the process of getting the money to the North Side is too complicated. It doesn't seem too complicated when you need to find money to fund the police or the jails that are murdering Black people every day. This is a public policy we are looking at, a negative public policy of police containment. We demand a positive public policy of economic development and reparation. As of October of last year, 6 months after the tornado, only $4 million had gone toward tornado relief. 5 months later, the situation is no better. The tornado caused over $1 billion in damage to our neighborhoods. Our community has been devastated. It is an outrage that the mayor and the city government continue to sit around doing nothing, earning more and more interest on the Rams money while refusing to release any funds to the North Side. Spencer said she wanted to keep people in the North Side. Well, how many Black people have been forced out of their neighborhoods in her first year in office? The only time we saw the city on the ground after the tornado was when they sent code enforcements, putting red tags on our homes and imposing a police curfew to attack our heroic, self-deploying youth who dared to return dignity back to the North Side. You are destroying our communities, locking up our people, killing us in the jails. It has to stop. We want an immediate end to the city's negative public policy of police containment to be replaced by a positive public policy of economic development to the Black community. We demand a massive infusion of capital into our communities to repair and rebuild the homes damaged by the tornado, to support existing Black businesses, and to create new Black businesses. We are not asking for a favor. We demand what is rightfully ours. This did not start with the tornado. We remember Mill Creek Valley. We remember Kinloch. We remember the Ville. All of those communities are gone because the city wiped them out. The Black community is a heroic community. We refuse to allow you to wipe out the Black community of North St. Louis. Pay us what you owe us. Reparations now. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, we have online Layla S.
Hello, can you see me and hear me?
We can. Could you raise your right hand so we can swear you in, Ms. Layla?
Yes.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
All right, you have 3 minutes. State your first and last name and then the ward you reside in. You can proceed.
My name is Layla Shaw. I am in the 6th Ward in South City. And I have to say, I am trying to find the words, and I'm kind of at a loss for words. So what I will do is I will start with my recount of that day of the tornado. I'm in South City, and my people and I, my partner and I, were preparing for a devastating tornado on our side of the city. And I remember being so scared and blinking and nothing happened. And I thought, wow, this must have just been another thing that blew over and had an effect on nobody. And how lucky are we? Come to see shortly after that actually it was just on the north side and not on my side of town. And there was really nothing to be relieved about. And God, what a nightmare that was and is and continues to be. And this I say, like, shame on anyone who has not made this a priority. These are people's lives. These are people's homes that they've been living in for decades. This is devastation. This is the most horrific thing that anyone can go through. And we're sitting around here talking about allocating portions of funds. No, we must take every bit of funds that we have and use it to restore the dignity, the humanity, the living conditions to North City. And to even entertain for 1 second using this money for something else is shameful. And I don't really have anything nice to say or really anything dignified to say than just shame on anyone. Shame on you for thinking that this money should go anywhere else other than this. And that's all I have to say. And I just hope and pray and really hope to see that this money goes towards that. And, hope is low, but I'm keeping it. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm not sure how to make this out. I'm not sure if this is Sean or Celie Morinda. Sally Morinda.
Sayali
Dolly.
Morinda.
Thank you.
And I live in the 11th Ward, and I am the president of the Northside Independent Neighborhood Association. And seems like this is a recurring theme, but I've been to a lot of these meetings, and I've heard it all before. A lot of talk about the Rams money, a lot of talk and a lot of no action. And the poverty on the north side speaks for itself. And again, meeting after meeting, the city government makes lies, makes excuses, and again, it's been said before, why the resources don't, come to the north side, It's just like all these resources are going to the police, the jails, the prisons that murder our people every day while, downtown is being built up and the south side is being built up at our expense. And Spencer herself said the city is flush with cash. That's our money. But we see none of it. And these are the facts. The city sat on $850 million in public funds and ARPA money, RAM settlement funds, and budget surplus. Almost none of the $498 million in ARPA funds has been directed to the Black community. And $290 million from the RAM settlement remains uninvested in the North Side neighborhoods. Now the city is scrambling to spend the $196 million still left in ARPA funds and would have to spend $600,000 per day before the feds take it back. Meanwhile, our communities have not seen a cent. Now, you want to know how to spend $600,000 a day? We're going to make it real simple for you. Pay us the reparations you owe us. Let me say it again. Pay us the reparations you owe us. Imagine what $600,000 a day invested in the North Side could do. Let me give you a quick example. For homes that are still standing, if you needed $50,000 in repair, that's 12 homes that could be funded out of that $600,000 a day. Can you imagine how many city blocks that would encompass in a month's time? You know, and I'm gonna say it again, we need a massive infusion of capital in our communities, and we need it now. You know, it should have come from day one, not 8 months later. We want to rebuild our homes. We want to rebuild our businesses. We want to support existing Black businesses, and we want to support the building of new Black businesses, because we want to rebuild our historic business districts, you know, so that the resources and jobs stay in the communities. Again, all of these funds must be released. In fact, we demand that these funds be released immediately, every last penny. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Kim Curry.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Kim Curry. I reside in Ward 13, previously Ward 12. I was raised here in St. Louis, Missouri. So part of my upbringing and raising was to be an advocate for my community. What I'm seeing is a lot of pointing fingers back and forth. I've been to mostly every community meeting that there has been. So my issue is, yes, we do need every single dime of the money that is allocated from the RAM settlement and more. So as well as on May 16th, my car was, I thought I was gonna take a quick vacation, something that I've never done because I am professionally a clinical mental health professional. So on May 16th, I got a photo with a tree through my car. My father's house, he lived right on the corner of Newstead and Ashland. I moved back to St. Louis to take care of my dad. And my dad was found October 27th in his home, dead. The last word that my dad spoke to me was that they're not gonna come and save me. They're not gonna come and help us. Why are you doing this? I had to, it was becoming a back and forth argument between him and myself because he didn't want me to go out and help anybody, which is my job because the tornado had happened. So my job was to help and assist people that were suffering, but deep down inside, I was suffering. On October 27th, when I found my father dead, it was simply because he had given up. I will be here at every single meeting to prevent any other child who was raised up watching their parents work hard to take care of everything that they had to take care of. I'm here standing for my father. And I will continue to do so. I'm not for sure of the paperwork and why it's so hard to get everything done. I'm listening to, you know, a bunch of numbers being thrown up in the air, but I'm just gonna keep it 100. All that sound like Charlie Brown talk to me, you know, because I'm still suffering in my grief. I can't go down and argue with people and get, you know, the deeds and all this different stuff. I can't do that. So I'm left here to finance this all on my own. And as I go out every day to give these resources through my employment, I fight for those people. So my pain has turned into a purpose. My days are very hard because of this. So whatever funds you have, whatever you can do, please help us save the North Side. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I have Arion Johnson.
How y'all doing today? My name is Arion Johnson with the 10th Ward. I wrote stuff down. I'm gonna ask everybody to have an open eye to what I'm saying, you know, not just have an open eye. First, I want to look at the budget that SCR Recovery presented to us. It's more money in it to tear down than to rebuild. You know, that's like the same plan we used to. It's more money to discipline the youth than to rebuild the youth up. And it's like the continued situation that's going on. As a resident, hoping that SCR Recovery come and help me out because I was a victim of the tornado, it's a couple questions that I got to ask them. What's the plan if there's not enough vetted contractors? Because now when you said 75 days for a contractor to report what it costs, is because they coming in at $25,000 and when they finish it's about at $100,000 and it's running out of money. You know what I mean? But it's y'all giving them an open check because again, we don't have a solid plan. That's all we do. We throwing numbers up there that can change lives for generations. Those numbers I'm talking about can change lives, can recycle money. So that's my question for SCR Recovery about the vetted contractors, because none of those vetted contractors look like me. None of those vetted contractors putting that money back into the community. So recycling should be one of our goals, to recycle the money back into the community as much as possible. It don't gotta be my plan, it ain't gotta be anybody plan in here, but I believe before we release any other money, we need to have a more better plan. Because right now, the plan I'm looking at is just allocated to give money up for shelters, or it's allocated to put money, the money is tree stumps. It's like you got people that's suffering in tents and we worry about tree stumps. I don't get that point, but I guess it's over my payroll. But I'm continuing to what I was writing when I was writing on here. If we're serious about rebuilding our community the right way, we must invest into training our youth now. Apprentices cannot be successful without a strong pre-apprentice program. Young people need to be exposed early to trades so they can develop skills required to compete and qualify. As y'all came today, look around St. Louis in the construction sites. I walked about 5 construction sites this week, and 2% might look like us. All through Grand, I'm talking about good construction sites. And that money ain't even touching the money that they got here. So if they release all that money right now, we will be exposed as a community because we're not skilled up. The money will come in, the vetted contractor is gonna take the money and take it back to their communities, and that's not gonna help us out. Helping us out is putting that money, not even that money, because we don't need the youth. Let's get a better plan for the money, but let's train the youth, let's train us up. That way, when it's time to rebuild, we can rebuild it within ourselves and the money can continue. Because right now, we'll get exposed. I looked around, I looked at everybody playing, and I respect action, I respect everybody. You know, I respect the time too. But I'm being honest with y'all, we have to have a better plan. Like, I know everybody wants to release the money, but I guarantee y'all we need to pause the money to see what's really going on, because he just told us contractors got 75 days to put their budget in after they did the work on the house. You can build, it can start with 20,000, it can end up with 100,000. All the money is gone. All the money is gone. I got one more little paragraph I want to get out here, because I don't show up to town hall meetings a lot, but I said I had to come to this one. The tornado that impacted North St. Louis is the same tornado that hit other parts of St. Louis. The difference isn't the weather. It's long-term maintenance, investment in infrastructure. Rebuilding our community will not happen overnight. It will take years to clean. As y'all see, it's 8 months and they still cleaning up. It takes years to plan, because you know it takes years to develop planning like that, and years to build. That means we still have time to create real sustainable plans. Before another dollar is spent, we need a plan to ensure Northside will never return to its current conditions. Residents are trained and skilled to rebuild their own communities. Homeowners understand maintenance and long-term care. Local workers are hired and local businesses are supported. When we train our people to build our own and maintenance, the money stays in the community and continue to circulate. That's how we create lasting economic growth and generational change. Look at St. Charles area, for example. Those prefab houses with those brick faces look good, don't it? We can use our same brick here, train the people to do prefab houses that'll be way cheaper than building with brick houses, and have the same look in North St. Louis. But we don't do it with the youth in our community. The money gonna get taken, it's gonna get half done. Because you can see they got so many million to tear down, but so much to rebuild. So I mean, they're gonna count on McKee to come in and rebuild. So we're not gonna own it no more. We're not gonna be able to afford to stay there no more, and it's gonna be a problem. So Northside is gonna get rebuilt, you guys, but are we gonna be able to afford to stay in it? Are we gonna be rebuilding it? Again, please don't take my passion for aggression to anybody, but we have to have a plan before we release any other money. And my personal opinion, we as a community needs to fire STL Recovery. We don't need them. They spending a lot of money that doesn't make sense. You know what I mean? It doesn't make sense, and then they blame the mayor, then the mayor blame the alderman,
Mr.
I get
Johnson,
mad at the
that's your
alderman, I
time.
get mad at everybody else. I understand, boss, but I'm telling y'all, we need a plan before we release any money. And if we won't, imagine that type of money, that can change lives, generational lives. But if it's not recycled, it's gonna leave here to all these other vetted contractors that don't stay out here, don't have our zip codes, and we're gonna be looking stupid, y'all. So again, I'm Propman Johnson on Facebook. I love all y'all, and I promise y'all, we can do it together, but we have to stop the spending right now to come up with a better plan. Thank you.
I can't understand the last name on this one. Emmanuel? Thank you.
Uhuru, can y'all hear me? Okay, cool.
Could you state your first and last name, the ward you reside in?
Emmanuel McCool, Ward 11.
Emmanuel, who you got talking to Mike?
What?
Emmanuel, what?
McCool.
McCoo. We got to hear you because she take records, so you just got to speak a little louder. And real quick, ma'am, that's recording. If you can, we have a press area. We just can't have you walking all.
She fine.
Well, we have rules also, but if she could just step over her so she's not walking back and forth.
Okay, this doesn't intervene in my time.
Not at all. I haven't started yet. Just your first, last name, and the ward you reside in.
Okay, Emmanuel McCool, Ward 11. Uhuru is a greeting word of freedom in Swahili. It is a word of greeting that we use to greet one another. It is the first word that you hear when you call our offices day or night. We say Uhuru because we believe that freedom should be on the minds of African people 24 hours a day. My name is Emmanuel. I live on the north side near West Florissant, and I am also the president of the International People's Democratic Uhuru. We organize the African community in North St. Louis and throughout the world to build power in our own hands and defend our national democratic rights. Wherever we are, rights such as the right to live a good and dignified life, the right to a decent housing, the right to meaningful economic development and productive employment which promotes the needs and well-being of our entire people, the right to live without police harassment and colonial police containment and occupation of our African communities. To the mayor, to the board of aldermen, my question is simple. Where is the money for the north side? I'm talking about the Rams money, the interest you've made on the Rams money, all of the interest and all of the other resources hoarded in the city's budget. Where is the money that you owe us? I think it's important to say that when we are talking about the Rams money, we are talking about the value of stolen black labor. We are talking about the interest made off the labor of black people. The Rams' interest is but a fraction of the interest the city of St. Louis has made off of stolen black labor since our forced to be here on these shores at gunpoint. The exploitation of our historic African community by a foreign and alien state power for economic and political advantage is the very definition of colonialism. You steal us, you steal our labor, you steal the value of our labor, you hoard it in the city's budget, slander and imprison us on a daily basis. Then you set up this kangaroo meeting, talking about something, well, I don't know what y'all want us to do about it. Real democracy is us deciding that for ourselves. That's full, sovereign, and selfish say about what to do, what we do with the stolen resources, our stolen resources. What we are coming to understand is that parasitism is the essential economic plan of the city of St. Louis, and that we, the Black community, are its host. That's why all the development goes to the South Side and the business district off the exploitation of Black people in the North Side. It is a public policy to starve us. We in Impedum and the Black Power Blueprint, the Reparations Investment Company, and many other grassroots organizations that are here and that are not here, who are working on a daily basis to reclaim our resources and the full self-determined right to do whatever we want with our resources. And what we want is to rebuild our lives. I think it's important to say that the city has a plan to prevent that with the NGA, where thousands of FBI agents and God knows what other spy agency who just kidnapped a president. These aren't run-of-the-mill folk that will be your neighbor. They're coming here to St. Louis. These are the folks who are determining where the generals are to assassinate them in Russia, to quell the resistance of the Palestinian people, to starve Cuba, to overthrow the Chavezista revolution in Venezuela. It's all centered here. Pete Hegseth, the Department of War secretary, was here just last week. The mayor ran on a platform.
Mr. Emmanuel, that is your time.
Okay, the mayor ran on a platform of building a war department. She has a lot of military folk. You should check out who's on her staff. This is the plan that the city has for us. That's why we demand a positive public policy of economic development over a negative public policy of police containment. Uhuru.
Thank you.
It's time for you to pay what you owe us. Uhuru.
Thank you. Next, we have Jesse Neville.
And just for the future, I know we want to turn around, but for the cameras, since this is on YouTube and everything, live stream, if it is best if they able to get you when you facing this way. So if you can kind of continue to face the dais just for the people at home, that'd be helpful. You can proceed, Mr. Jesse.
My name is Jesse Neville. I live on the south side in the 7th Ward. Good to see our alderwoman here tonight. I'm an organizer with the Uhuru Solidarity Movement. We have our headquarters at 2654 Gravois Ave, called the Uhuru Solidarity Center. We work under the leadership of the Uhuru movement to organize white people in solidarity with the Black community and to build the movement for reparations. So I'm here to express our support for the demand for the RAM settlement money and all of the interest earned to go towards rebuilding the North Side as reparations. But the elephant in the room, as was stated earlier, is the question, why are we having this conversation again 9 months later? Why didn't all the money go immediately to the North Side over 9 months ago to restore and repair homes and neighborhoods that were devastated by the tornado, that are still devastated? Why are we here again with local officials presenting PowerPoints about the Rams money? Does anybody remember when Kara Spencer was still campaigning for mayor? She actually said one of her goals was to, quote, stop the bleed, as she put it, referring to the forcible displacement of Black residents from the North Side. She said she wanted to support keeping North Side residents in the city. Well, that was obviously a lie, because thousands of Black residents have been forced to leave their homes since she came into office, since the tornado. Her administration has done nothing to stop it. Instead, they've made it worse. They impose an economic blockade against the North Side and treat the people like an enemy population. Is that why Kara Spencer is hiring so many U.S. military personnel into top positions in her administration? Is that why she hired Ben Johnson, a U.S. Air Force colonel who was last stationed in Gaza, to be her chief operations officer? We don't want this. I mean those of us on the South Side and in the white community. We don't want this done in our name. We want to see an end to the Del Mar Divide, which is just a code word for colonialism. And it's obvious these hearings, These meetings and all this bureaucratic jargon and slideshows are here to cover up what the city is really doing to rebuild the North Side. Nothing. Nothing at all. The plan for the North Side is the same as it's always been: more police, more displacement, more destruction, and that's not what we want. We want a positive public policy of economic development. So the mayor and any politician who does their bidding, they don't represent us. They represent big developers and big money. And they expect white people to go along with what they're doing and have their backs because they think we expect to get something out of it, but they're wrong. We are not going along with this anymore. We stand with the North Side. It doesn't have to be like this. We know it can be changed. We all came here tonight because we want to change it. So what the city government is doing, the people are doing. The Reparations Investment Company is doing work right now, organizing investors to fund restoration of distressed properties and rebuild community ownership in North St. Louis, partnering with contractors and construction crews in the community. The work is already happening. There are homes being restored by the Reparations Investment Company as we speak. This is revitalization led and driven by the community itself. The city's not doing it, but we can be a part of it. We can stand with the Black community. We can invest in a beautiful, thriving North Side where the neighborhoods, families, and businesses can build prosperity for generations. So to close, this is one city. We will not be divided, but we will only be united when there is reparations and justice for North St. Louis. That's the city we want to live in. That's the city the Black Power Blueprint and the Reparations Investment Company are building. So if you're here because you want to do something, please come talk to me. Talk to our other organizers who are here. You can talk to us about investing, about volunteering, about joining this work. Solidarity with the North Side, unity through reparations.
Thank you. Next, we have Andrew Rucker.
My name is Andrew Rucker, and I'm from the Penrose District, the 11th Ward. Even though I'm fighting a severe sinus infection right now, I'm still here representing my family and my community. It's nice to see you all, and once again, if it don't apply, let it fly. For 285 days, we've watched local and state governments sit on funds while people lose everything that they literally have or literally die waiting on the government to help the same people who we pay their taxes on, and in return pays that your salaries. In the same, it is safe to assume that most of you all have not been on the North Side any further than Delmore or Delmore and Kings Highway, nor do you care to come. And with the Olympics on the way, we could see the St. Louis doing the same thing like Atlanta did and the Red Dogs did to them in the early 90s. But let me show you something. This is the O'Fallon Park area, and this is the Kings Highway West area. People like Mr. Jones shouldn't have to feel so discouraged that he won't live to see that his house that is on San Francisco and Harris get back to where it once was, because nothing is being done to help him, and the people that were supposed to be there to help him, they were appointed to help. But thank God for people like Mike Avery and his crew that are fixing his house for free, unlike the Vulture Construction and Roofing companies that are sitting in Sunset Hills that swindle people like my mom and other members of our society and with their insurance money. Now, if we could have listened, I'm sorry. Now, if we would have listened to Boots the mayor and not self-deployed, ain't no telling where we would be right now. We've watched the mayor boots on the ground josh us around and assault us with photo shoots and empty promises of help and nothing happens. Just more optics and more nonsense that leaves us with more questions. Like, of the funding that's being spent in recovery, how much has actually gone to the people affected in the households of the North? How often is the city communicating with the state and federal governments about funding? Who from the city participates in those meetings? You know, since y'all waiting on state and state is waiting on FEMA. Why is it so hard to get transparency from this tornado relief committee? Why is Resolution 245 even a thing? And lastly, I can understand Oldenburg, Khan, Narayan, Devote, and Velasquez for voting to make it, harder to move the Rams funds money. But why are you, Laura Keys, voting with them? And why are you doing that when you're supposed to represent us and if you were elected from us? The more and more that I watch this mess of a show that is the St. Louis local government and Missouri state governments do this to us, the more and more I understand why over 21,000 residents have left this black hole of a city since 2020. Even before the tornado, you've shown us every day that black and brown lives of the North and West Side don't matter. $1.6 million in damages at the beginning of this tragedy, I can only imagine how much that dollar amount is now. But let me guess, it's time for us to shut up or more repercussions gonna happen. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, we have Michael McLemore.
Good evening. I'm Dr. Michael McLemore from the 12th Ward. First, since no one knew about yesterday's Legislation and Rules Committee hearing, I want to use this opportunity to rise in opposition to Resolution 245, which will make additional allocations of RAMS funds more difficult at a time when an entire third of the city is left unable to rebuild. And for whatever reason this was even introduced, this is a particularly cruel legislation, as there are 2,200 applicants in the city's private property assistance program waiting on home repairs that are otherwise impossible. How does this city expect philanthropic partners, the state, or federal government to rush to its rescue and invest in tornado recovery when this city has shown it is not willing to invest in its own people first? Shame on the sponsor of the resolution, shame on its co-sponsors, and thank you, Alderwoman Sanier, for saying no. Next, I want to elevate the sentiment heard this past weekend's People's Response Organizing meeting, that we try to schedule some of these hearings within the tornado impacted zone. Transportation to City Hall is still a major hurdle in getting those impacted residents to these meetings. And who better to convey the urgency needed for additional funds for home repairs than those who live that reality every day? So that's just something to think about. We can get a bigger turnout, more directly impacted people within the room to kind of tell their stories where recovery really is right now, if we can get closer to them. And then I want to speak into the RAMS money. It's roughly still $254 million that needs to be spent. And at a point when we have $270 million going towards just debris and demolition removal, with 13 going towards recovery, again, $270 million for just demolition and debris removal. That's not to rebuild. That's to tear down. Tear down, clear out.
Mr. McLemore?
I'm sorry.
You can pick the mic up. You can take it. Yeah.
My bad.
Don't worry, that don't count towards your time.
Good. But yeah, all that money is going towards the tear down and clear out of these neighborhoods. The RAMS money in itself would make up the difference. All that should go not only to the north side for tornado recovery, but to actually rebuild the neighborhoods and to hold hearings within those impacted neighborhoods to tell you exactly how these neighborhoods should be rebuilt, the things that we need within those neighborhoods, and our overall plan on what recovery ultimately looks like. I've been all over the country kind of sharing the same message from DC to Jefferson City to New Orleans, that disasters don't discriminate, but disaster recovery does. And all of us are more than aware that had this happened anywhere but the north side, those communities would have ran down on City Hall a long time ago. The Hill would have been hurt 8 months ago. Shaw would have been hurt 8 months ago. Central West End, they would have been hurt within that first week. So we just got to pick up this, or either pick up the urgency or pick up the accountability for the lack of urgency. Because we come here every month and we missed the mark again. We still missing the mark. But come March, we'll be there. We'll be able to make up for it, promise. Realistically, we're not going to see as big a bump. It's not going to go down that way. So either we allocate more money to get more work done quicker, or somebody has to be accountable for this. Like, we can't just do this every month through to the 1 year. We just can't continue this way. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Dylan Gertis.
Hello, I'm Dylan Gertis. I'm in the 10th Ward, and I'm a volunteer with the Reparations Investment Company. We're looking for renovations that contend with gentrification. I'm ashamed of the St. Louis government, and I'm appalled and outraged by what this administration has done to the Black community on the North Side. I see fit that all the interest, the entire Rams settlement, and every single penny of the surplus be released to restore and rebuild the homes damaged by the tornado and decades of deliberate neglect and underdevelopment. That's just the beginning. I volunteer with the Reparations Investment Company because I've seen the work that the Black Power Blueprint has done on the North Side. They have built community centers, affordable housing, community gardens, a basketball court, a radio station, a bakery, a cafe, a farm, and so much more. The people are rebuilding the North Side. And what has Kara Spencer done? What has the city government done? Absolutely nothing. I invite this other South Side residents and everyone to become investors and volunteers with the Reparations Investment Company. Invest in the future of the Black community and their right to stay in their neighborhoods and reclaim power and ownership over the real estate on the North Side. This North Side belongs to the Black community, not to Paul McKee, not to Kara Spencer, not to the NGA, not to big developers. As the white community, we will not be silent. We will not be complicit. We will stand in solidarity with the demand for reparations now.
Thank you. Next, we have Stephanie Midler.
My name is Stephanie Midler. I'm in the 2nd Ward. I'm also a resident of the South Side, and I volunteer with the Black Power Blueprint that's on the North Side. And I'm here to just join with so many others who are expressing their total support for the North Side community's demand for the immediate release of the Rams Settlement Fund and the interest to go towards reparations for the Black community, for genuine economic development and an end to police containment. As a white person, I do not want to live at the expense of the Black community. I do not want to live at the expense of the Black community. It doesn't have to be like this. As someone else already said, we do not have to live in a divided city. Nor do I want the city's horrendous policies of attacking the Black community done in my name. Living on the South Side, many of us in the white community are completely oblivious to the conditions faced by the African community on the North Side. We don't drive around on the North Side because there's nothing there to drive to. There's no economic development. There's no businesses to patronize. When you drive from the South Side to the North Side, you see what the Del Mar Divide really means. Thousands of abandoned properties left to rot by the city government. Neighborhoods that have been devastated by the tornado have still seen no response from the mayor or the government. It's a complete outrage that 9 months later, the city has done nothing. After the tornado, it was the community, the heroic community on the north side that came out to support each other, while the city told people not to self-deploy, but also failed to provide meaningful relief. I have witnessed the work of the Black Power Blueprint that has revitalized the West Florissant neighborhood. It is clear to me they are doing what the city refuses to do, showing that it's completely possible. Instead of supporting this work, the city government has actually tried to undermine the process being made, putting up roadblocks and trying to crush independent organizing by the people. So to other white people here today and online, I just want to say we cannot accept this from our officials who claim to represent us. I want to live in a united St. Louis, but our city can only be made whole if we repair the damage caused by generations of deliberate attacks against the Black community. I call on other white people to take a stand, get involved, support the Black Power Blueprint and the work being done to truly transform these conditions. We want unity between the North Side and the South Side, but there can only be unity when there is social justice, economic development, and reparations. And we say unity through reparations.
Thank you. Next, and I'm sorry, I apologize if I butcher this, Nkinje Mayele.
Good evening. It's Ikinge Mayele, and I'm in the 11th Ward. And I, want to appreciate the opportunity to, unfortunately, once again be here talking about this Rams, settlement money. Don't want to repeat a lot of things that people have already said, and I've written something, so I want to try and stick to it. And to be quite honest, I'm so disappointed in this whole entire process, that all of this local city government, mayor, that no one has the fortitude to be able to put forward a plan that makes any sense and doesn't seem to understand that we just give us the money. I've said it before, give the people the money. They'll get the work done. They know what needs to be done, since you can't seem to figure out what to do. That's all we've asked for. Millions and millions and millions of dollars. Can't figure out how to spend it. Gonna take 18 more months for this. It'll be April or May before this thing happens, while people in my community are still living with tarps, bricks, no place to sleep. The FEMA money will only hold them for 18 months. What happens after the 18 months? Every single solitary dime needs to go to the North Side. Again, I'm going to try and stick to some of what I said here, but I'm just so, again, it doesn't make sense. I know rules, policy, procedure, all of this, but I'm assuming that everyone here would have the best interest of the people, the Black people that the mayor said she wanted to stay in the North Side, at heart. But each and every time we come to one of these meetings, that's not the thing that happens. We get another PowerPoint, another, demonstration of what you think is going to happen, but not what should happen. You ask the people what they want, what they need, and then don't listen to them. To me, that's just, first of all, it doesn't make any sense, and it's very self-serving, on your part, to hear your own self-talk and be proud of yourself and not care anything about the people, because everything that's been done demonstrates that the people are not at the center. If the people were at the center, much more relief would have been given and should be given to the people. Write a check. That's what you do. You got millions and millions of dollars in the Rams, ARPA money, everything else. You got tons of money. The mayor said the city is flush with cash. Isn't that what she said? Did anybody else hear that? Okay, I heard her say that. But yet and still, it's not here. We're still standing here, another meeting, so everyone gets the opportunity to say, see, look what we did. We're doing something, while people still don't have a place to say. Again, it just doesn't, it was worse than this before the tornado. Now the tornado has exacerbated it. The community still looks like a bomb has been dropped on it. Thousands of vacant properties, no jobs, no businesses, no economic development. And for me, I don't want to hear another lie. I don't want to hear another fake promise or an excuse until this community, the North Side, the Black community, sees a massive infusion of capital, until we see reparations on the North Side, until we see immediate funds for restoring and rebuilding our homes. The mayor and any alderperson who turns their back on the community can expect that we're going to turn our backs on you as well. No more free rides come the next election season. Once again, write a check. It's not hard. Thank you. Uhuru.
Thank you. Next we have, I believe this is Jamila Mitchell.
Hi, y'all. Okay. All right. Good evening. My name is Jamila Mitchell. I was forced out of Ward 12. I relocated. I followed the process, and I've been patient. But what I'm seeing does not match up with what's being told. We keep hearing the progress is being made, that funds have been allocated and recovery is happening, but when I look around my community, I don't see it. Homes are still damaged, families are still displaced, residents are in hotels that are not stable, not supportive, and not sustainable. And we are expected to navigate through that quietly. I'm not claiming to know every number in the budget. I'm not pretending to be a municipal finance expert. I'm here as a resident who can clearly see something is not lining up. The language says recovery, the lived reality says stagnation. If funds have been deployed, the impact should be visible. Right now, it is not. If recovery were moving at the pace being described, we would not be having this conversation again. If money has been released, where is it? If the repairs are underway, where are the results? Real talk, how can we consistently fund the police, yet struggle to fund the very people those officers are meant to protect and serve? From where we stand, we're being talked to, not worked with. Promises are being repeated instead of fulfilled. And respectfully, repeating a narrative that contradicts lived reality is gaslighting. As a single mother, I do not have the luxury of waiting while my community deteriorates. We do not need more press conferences. We need measurable action. And this is why right to counsel is not optional, it's necessary. When recovery is slow and families are unstable, eviction does not pause. Court does not pause. Right to counsel ensures residents are not navigating housing insecurity alone while waiting on systems that have failed us, that have yet to deliver. Stop managing the narrative, start managing the outcomes, because residents are managing the consequences. Let's see. We are not statistics, we are families, we are voters. We deserve transparency, timeliness, and visible progress. We do not need reassurance, we need results. Respectfully, we are not confused, we are paying attention. Thank you.
Thank you. We have next James Pennington.
How is everybody doing this evening? Yeah, I hope everyone is doing well. My name is James Pennington. I live in the 8th Ward, and I am a member of the International People's Democratic Uhuru Movement. We do not need another meeting where politicians make excuses for why we have not received the resources owed to us. I am here to demand the immediate release of the RAMS money and the interest to rebuild homes damaged by the tornado on the north side. Beyond that, we demand reparations from the city government. The tornado forced to the surface the conditions we live with every day. 1/3 of the Black community of North St. Louis lives below the poverty line on less than $5 a day. Businesses and resources are not available. Life expectancy is 17 years less than for white people in Clayton. Just 15 minutes away, and infant mortality is more than 2.5 times higher. There is no viable economy, no access to fresh food, only police, code enforcement, and fines. This is the same ongoing extraction of resources daily right now. I have volunteered with the Black Power Blueprint, and we have seen the transformation happening with no support from city government. In fact, the Black Power Blueprint has had to fight the city every step of the way. The city even tried to block the opening of the Uhuru Bakery and Cafe in a community facing food apartheid. We are building the future for North St. Louis in our own hands, and nothing is going to stop us. The International People's Democratic Uhuru Movement is organizing our community to fight back and build power in our own hands. Get organized and join the work to build our own Black Community Convention, to build our own solutions to the problems imposed on our community. You are invited to our community forum, which will take place Sunday, March 8th, 2026 at 3 p.m. in the Quabbah Hall at 4101 West Florissant Avenue. We demand from this city government an end to brutal public policy that uses the budget to hire police to kill our children and lock them up in jails. We demand a positive policy of economic development and reparations. The RAMS money is just the beginning. We want everything you have stolen from us.
Thank you. Next, we have Donna Cutelli.
Good evening, Donna Catelli, 2nd Ward, St. Louis County. You know what's bad when St. Louis County's got to come out here and talk for St. Louis City. I grew up in South City. It's one of the three. You either lack truly understanding what this community has been through, or you're choosing to purposely not look at it, or you lack the sophistication, the emotional sophistication. What I saw while I was down there, because I was down there the day after it happened, 5 days a week for at least 3 months, elderly people walking with canes and walkers to get something to eat, elderly women carrying cases of water blocks to have water at their house, parents attempting to distract their children from the ruins and the stress, women wailing in the streets, elderly looking for diapers, Central West End workers dumping their stuff on the north side, people dashing food, toiletries, residents pulling food from the fridge to barbecue for everybody in the community while they had nothing. They didn't even have a roof on their house. People running cords across the roads if they had electricity before the other people did. Not to mention the redlining, the uninsured houses, fueled by systematic racism and agendas and institutions that have created these hoarding of resources. These people are people with lives. They have stories, and I've only heard some of them. So I want you to understand something. I want to understand something. I heard today you guys had the privilege to work virtually. That must have been nice during the snow. These people were out on the streets trying to survive, living with leaks, missing roofs, and other challenges. It's been almost a year. If it weren't for these organizations such as Action St. Louis, People's Response, churches, FCC, other organizations, restaurants, and passionate individuals, there would have been no aid. There's a lot of elderly people on the north side. How are they learning about these programs? Half of them don't even know how to work and use computers or get out because they don't have cars. There are many people that were renters that were affected, that were thrown out illegally and evicted. And the math ain't mathin', because $250 million and a $30 million interest is 12% for 5 years. That's a 2.4% interest rate, which that sounds really crappy. I don't know, that's not a good interest rate. That's approximately 4.5 million extra dollars added on to the top sum of that, if those numbers are right. And my fears are land grabs, dishonest graft, suspicious activity by land clearing, which makes me wonder, are they thinking about putting a data center up there? They might do that, I don't know. You need to do the right thing by these people. And I got one last thing to mention about John C. Maxwell says, he's an expert on leadership. Leadership is not about position, but it's about influence and the ability to empower others to reach potential goals. Everything rises and falls on leadership from the book of the 21 Irrefutable Laws of Leadership. And I hope that people that were on their cell phones were actually taking notes.
Thank you. I just want to make sure there were a couple, I'm not sure if they were going to return. If you want me to call their names, Nate McBride, Justin Harris, James Meyer. Okay, next we have Sarah Ryder.
Hello, everyone. My name is Sarah Ryder. I'm a resident of Ward 6 in Tower Grove South neighborhood. I've lived there since 2023, and I've called St. Louis home for 7 years. I had written a testimony, but after watching the presentation, I had a couple of questions, which I'm aware with all of the many people that we have today, I'm not going to get answers to it. So I would really like to talk with someone after the presentation or following to get some answers to the questions that I have. So starting off with the private property assistance, one of the highlights of successes that was touted was that more than double the increase in applicants was successful in this application through outreach efforts. But then later in the presentation, someone came up and explained that actually 1,000 of those new applications had not even submitted. I think the order of this information was very misleading in the presentation. And additionally, beyond expanding in eligibility, what is the city government going to actually do to help people complete a full application? Just saying that the numbers of people have filled it out or even started is really misleading. And also the fact that when the applications are even transitioning from wait lists to pursuing contracts and getting repairs, that has there been any information about how that transition happens? Is it a rolling basis? Is it happening based on time? Those priorities need to be set and explained to people who are actually applying for them. Because if, as what was already stated in the presentation, if only 30 contract proposals are going to be made for houses by the end of June, what is that going to mean for the 2,000 other people that have applied and still don't know when they are going to get a response? Second, on to the demolition application funding. I think it was really interesting how, I don't really know how demolition application funding works, but at least from what I remember hearing in the presentation was that the city has to prepare the application before it gets sent to the state for approval, and they're involved in getting that essentially in its best state, in its best condition. And my question is, why is the city able to be so involved in getting something demolished, but isn't going to be super involved when trying to get property restored to a livable and a hospitable place? And I think that's just answering the question that the system is just built to run efficiently on displacing Black power and self-determination. The same day that happened those are my questions about the presentation. And then just on my personal experience on the day of the tornado, I live in Tower Grove South. I walked down the corner of Arsenal and Grand, and I saw some wind had blown some signs askew, but I didn't even need to put on my mask to walk around. I didn't have to worry about breathing comfortably and about polluted air and the potential that I might live and currently have chronic respiratory illness by simply walking around my neighborhood or stepping on glass. But that same thing cannot be said for the residents of North City, who have been left to wonder what comes next after a roof is removed, half of a home is flattened, and 2 public libraries remain indefinitely closed, where debris and dust has built up around inside ventilation and polluting the air people are breathing. I frankly don't care, as a resident of Ward 6, about how the city government seems to frame infrastructure and improvement around the wealthy and the white and the able. I care about the neighbors and the people of St. Louis and North City, and that means that you need to take accountability for the multi-generational years of disenfranchisement of the St. Louis Black community. The RAM settlement funds need to all be holistically allocated for tornado recovery that doesn't stop at pre-tornado conditions. A familiar key term I just keep hearing, and we're exhausted to hear it, as many have said today, but a long-driven, community-focused effort in supporting the North Side. Stop making excuses and trying to find them, and listen to what everybody here has said today and has been saying for the past 9 months. Listen to what we're asking of you and to those that stand beside them. I yield my time.
You. Next, we have Inez Bordeaux. Next, we have Cami Cruz Thomas.
Hello. I'm Cami Thomas. I'm from the 14th Ward, in your ward, Alderman. So I wrote a couple of things so that I don't ramble. And I'm coming over a cold, so I'm going to try my best. So, being from St. Louis, I am familiar with the undercurrents of context and the layers of generational subtext that make even the most simple matters here very complicated. Growing up in North County, attending school in Ladue, owning a business in South City, and having generational roots in North City has taught me 2 things. That we're all living in vastly different realities, for one, and that there's no part of St. Louis that is as disrespected and disregarded as North St. City. The tornado ripped through St. Louis the day before my 32nd birthday, and like many others, I was traumatized by the sights, the loss of life, my childhood memories crumbled into bricks on the ground, and the damage to my family's home and legacy. Along with my friends, fellow artists, and business owners, we took to the streets to provide food, supplies, physical support, debris cleanup, and presents. We did this every single day without stopping for several months. 9 months later, the conditions are worse. And while I've waited for the city to grasp the baton from the hands of the community that's given it a 9-month head start, I've been disturbed by the lack of competency in our city to do so. We've been told rumors, legends, fairy tales of money that is coming, of cleanup that we'll soon notice. Julian told us the next 3 months will be faster than the last 7, 2 months ago. At the Benton Park West Association meeting last week, a Southside resident asked Mayor Kara Spencer about a timeline for tornado recovery, to which she responded with a bizarre rant on people's misconceptions about insurance, which, while true, didn't cover even the basics of a very simple question that was raised. The word salad and media-trained responses are no longer enough, and because I perceive this to be an administration of appearances, I wanted to give you all a heads up. We've hosted town halls and discussions on the South Side and beyond, where people are waking up to the truth of your utter incompetence. The attitude on the street and on the community level, even on the South Side at this point, is these are one-term mayor type responses, to which I wholeheartedly agree. This is all political theater without the courtesy of a good script. I'm going to list out very specific questions with the hope and request that you, honor my and the citizens of this city's intelligence by providing factual, non-padded answers. I'll read these slowly so that anyone who's taking notes or listening with strategists next door or nearby can hear each one clearly and answer each one for us. First question, who is leading the strategy for recovery and rebuilding? Julian cannot do every single thing, and it is unclear who's actually directing what's happening and greenlighting the flow of resources. Second question, what is the chain of decision-making for recovery actions? How does an intervention move from idea to implementation? Almost done. Have the mayor and BOA held discussions on a RAMS bill for recovery and rebuilding? And if so, what is the status of those discussions? We would love to know. And then the last question, of the funding that has been spent in recovery, how much has gone directly to helping households? And the answer to that should be a number, just numbers. Thank you for your time, and the people are done waiting. In a true St. Louis fashion, your words are not enough. You need to show us. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Thomas. Next, we have Melanie Marie Randall.
Good evening. My name is Melanie Marie. I'm from Ferguson, but it's one St. Louis. Let's just tell the truth in this room tonight. We've gotten a whole lot of pretty presentations, charts, numbers, and flowery language. What we have not gotten is recovery at the scale this disaster demands or deserves. This administration has hired more people than it has helped fully recover, built a media machine faster than it rebuilt homes, and continues to disappoint the very community that put many of you in those seats. And now you're playing in our face like we can't see it. It was announced that there's a resolution on the table to raise the vote requirement to move RAM settlement dollars from 8 out of 14 to 10 out of 14. This wouldn't normally be a thing, but the timing for Resolution 245 is wild. And we're supposed to believe that it's a coincidence. At the exact same time, residents are demanding those funds to be used for North City tornado recovery. Please, that's not a coincidence. That is crazy work. Your deadlines are insane, and you continue to scream Action St. Louis's name throughout your speeches like we cool. The reality is that none of my comrades should have had to do the city's job at all, let alone for this long. 9 months. It's been 9 months since May 16th. Excuse me. In that time, we've seen more press conferences than housing plans, more consultants than families restored, more talk about frameworks than funds in people's hands. And now, instead of accelerating relief, you're proposing to make it even harder to move the very dollars that could stabilize families. Not using funds we already have because you say we need more is not strategy. It's an atrocity. You do not stall the use of unrestricted, interest-bearing funds in the middle of a disaster. You deploy them. North City residents are still displaced. Rental assistance hasn't meaningfully hit enough accounts. Hotels provided are filthy. Homes remain uninhabitable. Schools are closing. Grocery stores are non-existent. How in the hell is there $270 million for demolition and only $13 million for repair? You cannot preach recovery and aid in gentrification. And let me be clear, y'all not slick. And as you can see from this room tonight, we are not playing about North City. We demand that you do right by us because we are not going away, we are not shrinking our demand, and we are not accepting political tap dancing in place of recovery. Excuse me. Election day will come one day for each and every last one of you. So move the money, the Rams money, the Ward money, every dime you can find. Move it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Amina Lobster.
Good evening. My name is Amina Lobster, and I'm from the 3rd Ward. So I'm here as both a concerned resident, a member of the Tornado Advisory Committee, and a member of Transform 314. So I have previously had the opportunity to testify upon this committee before, and sometimes it feels like nothing has changed. But the reality is many things have changed. Families have been further devastated, homes have begun to grow mold, and hearts have continued to be broken. As I've previously testified, many of us doing the work of recovery have likened this event to Katrina. And the reality is, 1 in 3 Black people that were affected by Katrina left for recovery. And 1 in 3 Black people never came back. And I joined the Tornado Advisory Committee because this was a reality that I was not comfortable with. I wanted to help create vision for the future. But often that vision is clouded by disunity. How can we begin to think of innovative ways to bring money to the North Side when we have an administration that's not willing to use the money that we have now? How can we begin to collect citizens together when we can't get meeting dates until the last minute? We cannot continue to wait until the last minute for vital information to be sent out, to help residents to understand how programming works, and we definitely cannot wait until the last minute to have a community-involved process on what rejuvenated neighborhoods look like. The reality is, if things continue, demolition will outpace rebuilding by 4 to 5 times. But residents desire to see rebuilding. We have heard the ability to scale the home repair programs, but we have not often heard specifics. We have heard that 51 people are waiting for case management, but what I can guarantee is they've already felt like they've been waiting for months. We've already heard that home repair applications are being on hold, and these people have already felt like their life has been on hold for months. We cannot continue waiting. So as we dream of a better future, we are actually being plagued by nightmares of the past. So how do we support those who are supporting those in need? How do we have oversight to make sure that home repair runs well with no stops, with no gaps? How do we work in tandem, both a mayor administration, and a recovery office, a board of aldermen, not to mention our federal elected officials, our statewide elected officials? How do we work together to get things done? Because I often ask myself if the recovery office was set up for failure, but the reality is that doesn't matter because I refuse to let my neighbors fail. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Mr. Eddie Cox.
What's up, y'all? How y'all doing? I was literally about to leave, so this is kind of awkward. But yeah, let me know whenever the time is ready.
You found what ward you live in?
Oh yeah, my name is Eddie Cox, and I am a resident of Ward 6.
You may proceed.
All right, yeah. So being a resident of Ward 6, it is something that I've taken pride in, not originally being from St. Louis, and something that is very, very important to me is not only the recovery of the North Side, but also the revitalization of the North Side. And I think that's something that's going to be critically important to making St. Louis whole. I know that's something that like Cammie pointed to at our town hall we did on the South Side. We had over 200 people show up to know and to like support the idea that all the money for the Rams Fund needs to go to the North Side. I know that may not be politically advantageous for a lot of you in this room. I know that sometimes there are politicians that tend to be liberal public facing, but a lot more conservative in these halls. But it is imperative that this place, the North Side in particular, is restored to what it's supposed to be. I'm not here with any type of political action group. I'm just an artist that cares about this place deeply. So before I forget and before I run out of time, number one, definitely we need all the money from the Rams Fund at least to go to the North Side, and that's just the beginning of everything. Something that I've heard others call for too as well is an anti-gentrification piece of legislation placed for the north side to make sure, like what everybody else has been saying here, demolition seems to be the main focal point. So we have to make sure that a lot of people aren't displaced on the north after this demolition happens. So there's a lot of things that come with bravery in this position. We've heard a lot about meeting the moment, and there's no more critical moment than right now to make sure that this place is made whole. And more than anything, what I've learned throughout all my time in learning about politics and poli-sci is politics is all about who gets when, where, why, and how. It's Harold Laswell, by the way. But yeah, man, I just really want that to be a focal point and make sure that our elected officials are courageous enough to not acquiesce to the negative comments from racist trolls on KMOV comment sections or Fox 2 comment sections. You see who's all here and who's actually trying to put in the groundwork to make sure this place is made whole again. So if you go with the people, we're gonna show up with you and make sure that you're still here as long as you're here for the people. So I yield back my time. I don't know if I've hit 3 minutes, but y'all have a good night. Thank you. I'm just gonna put this.
Thank you. Next, we have Dominique Groening.
Hello, I am Dominic Groening, Ward 11. First, I want to start off by saying it's really been irking and disturbing me how much people here are not paying attention. They ain't even giving eye contact to the people that are laying their whole story, their whole life right here on this stage. Shame. Man. But I got a little something I wanted to say. My city is lying in devastation, not simply because of Mother Nature, but because the government openly favors the rich. Meanwhile, they resent the poor and the people out here marching for more. There's a war going on in our backyards, and most don't even know what's going on. But you do. We do. It's a shame that the multi-generational victims are still getting blamed or seen as wrong. How are we responsible for the sirens not going off? How are we responsible for the officials not answering our calls? 911 ain't answered in a while. We've been always put on pause. But if you treat the people like a game, you're gonna end up getting played. Don't make us brawl for some change like we brawled out our chains. They make us battle each other instead of the powers that be, even though they the ones that won't let us free, even though they the reason that our families can't eat. They're the ones that imprison us just because we begging for peace. My people are laying in the streets, so I can't even rest. I don't know what's next. I'm feeling guilty because I'm blessed and I got somewhere to stay. So I try and do my best to help my neighbor. Matter of fact, they ain't gonna help us. Matter of fact, they gonna hate us and degrade us. None of y'all are gonna save us. We're gonna save ourselves.
Thank you. Next, we have Ms. Dallas Adams.
Thank you. Thank you to the Budget Committee. I'm going to turn my back for a second because I have one point that I need to make to the STL Recovers team, both in the back and up front. I hope that you heard tonight that $50,000 is not enough. So I hope that we can make those adjustments we've been talking about. But thankfully, I'm here to speak about Resolution 245, so y'all are off the hook for the rest of the time I have here. Right now, I would like to make everyone aware who is not already aware that Resolution 245 proposes that we up the vote from 8 votes to 10 votes to figure out how to spend the RAM settlement dollars. Yes, ma'am. I got to get behind the podium?
No. but state your ward.
Oh, sorry. My name is Dallas Adams. I'm a proud resident of the 3rd Ward, and we'll get back to that in a second. So, again, moving the vote from 8 to 10 for the idea that we should not move so quickly to spend this money. We shouldn't move so quickly to spend unrestricted funds because we're waiting for a rainy day. And I'd like to ask the Board of Aldermen, can you think of a rainier day than a tornado ripping through half of the city? Because I surely can't. Not a water main break, not a first responder call that is more devastating and more rainy of a day than a literal tornado demolishing people's homes to the ground. I remember saying two distinct things at the many times that I've been at this budget hearing. I've been attending every single one of these budget hearings since we've started talking about this. And the two things I said was, don't let bureaucracy get in the way of our city, that bureaucracy will be the fall of our city if we let it. And now is the time to right the historic wrongs against North St. Louis. I also remember saying that nobody on this present Board of Aldermen is responsible for that, but it is your accountable responsibility to make that right now. And as if bureaucracy weren't already enough with the loops and the holes that we have to jump through with the comptroller's office, with contractors, with liabilities, with legalities, you want to make it even harder for us to get unrestricted funds for repair by making legislative litmus tests to try to figure out how we can make it harder to spend money to help poor Black people in North City, St. Louis. So I want to name all of the alder people who put this legislation through so that you know exactly who I'm talking about. Sponsor of the legislation of Resolution 245, Tom Oldenburg of the 2nd Ward. The 3rd Ward's very own Shane Cohn. The 4th Ward's Brett Narayan. The 5th Ward's Matt Devote. The 6th Ward's Daniela Velasquez. And the 11th Ward, a tornado-impacted ward, Laura Keys. Their wards, well, I guess except for Laura's, would not allow this type of treatment if this tornado ripped through the Hill or Shaw, even Dutchtown. We would be raising hell and this money would have been spent for your communities. Shame on you. People call this Board of Aldermen the most progressive Board of Aldermen, but the key word in progressive is progress. And the actions that y'all are making, the very small, minute, day-to-day decisions that you're making are decade-long plays. My child will be my age by the time she sees the reckless resolution and the reckless decisions that you're making and failing to make come to pass. The root word in progressive is progress. And I hate to look around and see that we are back to the devastation of neighborhoods like Mill Creek Valley. I hate to turn around and see that we are back at Northside Regenerative Plan Part 1, and this is Part 2. As evidenced by the people that we have in charge of this plan. So I leave you with this. You still have time. Friday comes. Resolution 245 is going to be on the floor because y'all passed it out of the committee. And I want to thank Alderwoman Saunier for being the sole lone no vote. And I look forward to her no vote being joined by people who passed this out of committee and are doing this as a litmus test to figure out if you can change the rules for next session. Shame on you for wasting our taxpayer dollars to play games in our face to make it harder to recover this city. We are not at a position where we can afford to lose more population. Do not let political games and bureaucracy be the fall of this city. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Adams. Next, we have Troy Thomas.
Hey, how you guys doing? My name is Troy Thomas. I am representing the 14th Ward, and I want to get a little technical here today as it pertains to the private property assistance. So I noticed the number that the total applicants that were initiated were 3,502, and the applications that were in process are 2,568. And I did some simple math, and that comes out to about 73% of applications that are just in limbo, right? And that seems a little crazy to me, and it almost seems a little negligent. You know, with this deadline coming up so close, it just seems crazy that these people that are in such dire need are not completing these applications, especially like we're saying that the application deadline is this weekend. And so I'm just coming to ask you guys two simple things. One, I'm not sure if you five are even involved in the process, but I urge and push you guys to find a way to either extend this application process or find a new application window to allow these people to apply for this private property assistance. And two, I urge you guys to rectify the language and the structure of this application to simplify for these people that are actually going about applying for this assistance, because it makes no sense that this percentage is this high. And really, if 3,542 people are initiating this application, then 3,542 people need to have completed that. Thank you.
Thank you. That was our last speaker of the night.
Thank you. I know most people are heading out, or if not headed out already. But I do want to thank everybody who did come out today and the ones that are still sticking through the whole process. Thank you for coming and thank you for continuing to come. I'm going to start in order of seniority for questions for any members of the committee, starting with Vice Chair Browning. Yes, Mr. Nix, come on back up.
Thank you. Thank you to the members of the public who came out and spoke tonight, as well as thank you to the recovery team for providing this update. I know it's a lot of work to put together that information on a monthly basis, but I think the transparency is important. And I think if you looked at the slides, there was a lot of information, it's very dense slides that helped really give us a picture of the progress that's being made. And I noticed there's even numbers that showed, like, updates from last month showing how much progress had been made. I think when I'm thinking about recovery, I think of places that have also experienced disaster and looking at the timelines on which they recovered. Places like Altadena, California, they lost a lot of homes in the Eden fire in January of 2025. And on December 4th, 2025, they celebrated their first fully rebuilt home. So just context-wise, that's in California. It's a much richer state than ours. It's a state that actually cares about its cities. And yet the people in that community, it took almost a full year just to rebuild one home. And that's because these things take time. I understand the enormous effort it takes to set up a recovery office, especially when there's supposed to be a federal office that does this. And, I heard Katrina mentioned again tonight, and Katrina is a great example of a storm that was horribly, really just an awful response to it. And the federal government learned from that, and it improved. And then when the Joplin tornado happened in this state, the federal response was fantastic. They set up mobile homes, they set up community centers, they helped rebuild their school, their hospital. And that was a much worse tornado than hit our city. But they got way more than we ever received from the federal government. I think what I heard from you is that the DHS budget didn't pass, and for good reason, right? I mean, I think our representatives made a good stand there, making sure that communities aren't being terrorized by masked agents who are just trying to make immigrants live in fear. But the flip side of that is that then we don't get disaster money. And that is, all I can say is what a country. But my questions for you, for the recovery office, is I think Jim mentioned there's 25 or 20 million at the state level for home repair that is unclaimed. Can you expand a little more on that?
Yeah, so I'll be happy to respond. So I guess while there's still people here, if it's okay with you, also want to just start by addressing the concerns and what people voiced. While it was voiced, whether it was in anger, frustration, or passion, There are two things that have always remained clear when I do these meetings and remain clear in this group was a desire to rebuild and see investment from us and from our community to create that trust, and a fear that what we might do might leave people left out, and concerns around our intentions. So we will continue to host public forums to have those conversations. We have intentionally invested in community neighborhood planning efforts that have already started to make sure that what does come on the back, whether it's private development or whether it's people, those are the types of things that guide what allows investment back into community and also what it looks like. So we look forward to continue to engage in that, and we are thankful for all the people here who are passionate about rebuilding. And we have a lot of work to do to re-earn support, to solve for history and legacy of disinvestment in this community, and look forward to working with the Board of Aldermen and, more importantly, the community to do so. And I'll also know there were a lot of questions that were asked. For those who are still here, I won't answer every single question independently. For anyone who wants to stay after, I will stay around after to answer some of the specific questions that might have been asked, if that is of interest from the group. But we'll start with the questions that were asked by the Board of Aldermen. So Alderman Browning, so what they were speaking to is about $25 million in MHDC funds, or Missouri Housing Trust Fund, that was allocated at the same time as Senate Bill 1 of the $100 million that was allocated to the state. To the city, was allocated through the state of Missouri for the city of St. Louis, but those funds are all held by the state of Missouri, and they set the terms of how those will be allocated. Of course, we advocate and have those conversations, but those are state funds. The $25 million for MHDC was allocated toward any disaster across the state of Missouri. Organizations or nonprofits can apply for funds, and they can receive up to $1 million grant at a time based on that investment. We as the city have received about $5.4 million, if I remember the number correctly, of those funds allocated to St. Louis agencies, one of which is the city, one and our office, which has about $1 million. Two were allocated to disaster case management organizations who have home repair dollars. That includes LifeWise STL, that includes Salvation Army, and also includes Catholic Charities, and there was a lot of dollars allocated to housing. Those are represented in the numbers. So what Jim was mentioning is that as we spend down the $1 million, and we have to show it fully spent down, we can go back and ask for more. And so a critical strategy is getting the groups who have the funds to be able to spend those in community so they can apply for more. They are also there's a lot of policies currently around those dollars, so we are working directly with MHDC to try to get waivers and simplify that process. But of course, those aren't our rules, so we're working through that. But our hope is that as we build the process internally, which is way more cumbersome than the process we have designed, and it will require a lot more compliance from residents. I know Dallas Adams here is working through that with their sets of funds, but our hope is to get that up and running so that become an additional source of funds directly into our recovery effort.
Thank you. That's a helpful answer, and I think I appreciate the way you phrased it. There's a lot of policies around that money. I think that's really important thing that's being missed tonight is that when government is spending money, government has to spend money according to very specific rules. First of all, we as a city are barred by the Missouri Constitution from using taxpayer dollars for direct aid. I'm going to say that again. We're barred from using taxpayer dollars for direct aid. We cannot just write a check. So we also have a charter, right? And the charter was written at a time when the city government was super corrupt. So when they responded to that, they wrote a charter that put tons of checks and balances on the money. And it takes a long time to move money out of the city. But I've been seeing the Recovery Office and the Board of E&A hold special meetings, do whatever they have to move these dollars faster, to work with our systems to spend this money. But I remember hearing a couple meetings ago that if we're removing a tree stump and using federal dollars to do it, that we have to do an archaeological dig. I mean, these are the policies that were put in place by well-intentioned people at one point trying to protect taxpayer money, but now they are a hindrance to us helping people. And I think that's a great example of how the best intentions, that they say the road to hell is paved with good intentions, right? That is exactly where we're at right now, where we are having a difficult time spending money because of all the regulations that were meant to protect that money from taxpayers. the private property or personal property, private property?
Private property assistance.
Private property assistance. There's a deadline. It's in 3 days. Why is the deadline in 3 days, and can it be extended? Why is that deadline there and in place?
So the February 28th deadline is primarily driven by some of the timelines required by FEMA respective dollars. So for us to be able to make people eligible for certain resources, the FEMA set deadlines for when we had to have things complete to them. So we set a deadline that helped make sure that we met those timelines to support those individuals. What I will say is that we, as the City of St. Louis and Recovery Office, you all saw us talk about our outcomes. Our goal is 100% demolition debris removal. It is 100% of trying to find paths to get people to on path to repair. But this timeline creates people to help support and drive applications quickly. We have seen since the deadline got in place, the numbers drive to double, which maximizes eligibility for federal aid and federal resources. But what we are committed to doing is people who have started processes, people who are in the process, we are working hard. I know there were some questions about people who've applied and initiated and not finished. That's because people initiate applications, they get the paperwork to finish. So that is a positive sign for people in the pipeline. When they have applications initiated, we now have emails, we now have phone numbers, and that allows our outreach center, our call centers to follow up with people and help them into the process. So while there is still work to do, I just want to send a signal that those are positive ways that says people are engaging, and it makes it easy for us to know they need help and then to help them finish and figure out where they get stuck in the process. But I will say we are committed to figuring out how we help all residents where we can. As we mentioned, we have more need than there are, but this is helpful for us understanding the need, and we'll be committed to helping people after the deadline to figure out what resources we can provide and how they get registered, even if it's after the deadline. We haven't laid out what that looks like yet, but that's why we set the deadline. And the other reason why we set the deadline is we have to know the people who don't plan to do anything with their property. The only way we can know the people who don't plan to do something with their property is the people who that they register to tell us they do have something to do. So that allows us to start the process with other properties that look like they're on the verge of disaster demolition, prioritize some of those, go after vacant property owners, which have a ton in the area, negligent owners. And the start of that is understanding who has intentions. But if we have an engaged, thoughtful resident who is committed to being and investing back in their home and moving back to St. Louis, we will work with them after the deadline. So I want that message to be clear to the public.
I hope that message is clear because what North City needs is people. It needs investment, but it needs investment from people. I heard from a lot of people from the south side of the city tonight. I appreciate their concern, but if they're talking about disinvestment, they don't live on the north side either. Like, I don't live on the north side, right? Like, people that used to live on the north side left, and corporations left and companies closed, and what has happened there is tragic and devastating, but it is also not a story completely told by a lack of government investment, because I don't know if everyone remembers the previous election, but former Mayor Jones walked around with a big map of ARPA investments. We've invested a lot of money, and it's not enough. It's going to continue to be a long-term strategy, but I think we need to help any resident who is interested in living in North City or interested in returning to North City after this disaster. We need to do whatever we can to help them. I want these communities to be whole. I want these communities to have the shops and the places where people can go. But I heard someone say tonight that there's nothing, and I really disagree with that. That was almost offensive to me. There's a lot of wonderful places up in North City that have been there for decades, or people who are opening new places all the time. People are trying to make a life there, and I think it's wrong to denigrate that and say that there's nothing up there anymore. Can you speak to demolitions, though? Because you mentioned a lot of vacant properties that got hit.
Yep.
And there's a focus on demolition, and I think that's rubbing some people wrong way, that we're focusing on demolitions rather than repair. How do we decide home repair versus demolition?
Yeah, so one, I told and I said to the group, our goal is to reserve what we can, clear what we can. So we are only demolishing buildings that are unsafe. What I'll also say is the massive investment that we talked about, the dollars for demolition, are not city dollars. Those are the city's dollars that we have had have almost completely gone into direct resident services and into repair. The money that is tied to demolition debris is FEMA dollars, which are intended to mitigate public hazards, which is why it's oriented toward demolition debris, and the state's $100 million that got allocated to the Department of Public Safety. Because it went there and not to MHDC, the intention of those lawmakers was also for it to go to demolition debris. We continue and will have conversations with the governor's office and continue to talk about how we make MHDC dollars available for repair, how we can do other dollars for repair, but I want to be clear that the size of the investment in demolition and debris does not reflect the values of what we hope for and what we hope to build. But we do know is that as long as the state and federal government are offering demolition and debris dollars, there is debris in these communities, there are properties that need demolished, and removing debris paves the way for restructuring investment. So as long as there is a dollar, if we can get it toward repair, we will do that. If we don't, we will use it on debris removal to try to prepare to make sure these properties have a path. If I don't hear the complaint I hear most immediately after I need support and repair, it's the properties next door that are negligent, have been negligent, and that people want it to come down. Those are the properties we'll be focusing on for demolition. If someone has a hope to rebuild, we share that hope for them and seeing what we can do to help support that future.
So there's no line per se to say like we're going to demolish this because it's too far gone. Or
So no. So what we do as a city is we do have a job to mitigate public. So if there is a building that is unsafe in the imminent nature of collapse that could fall onto an adjacent property, could fall onto the public right-of-way, or if a homeless person or a child shows up on that property and it has imminent view of collapse, the city does have a responsibility to demolish, and under those circumstances we will. If there are properties on a block where an owner has an intent to rebuild and is not in that circumstance, we may say and share with the owner, this is how much it would cost to rebuild. We will have caps on our program because we have to, because there's not enough dollars, but that conversation will be with the owner electing into it, at least in the near future, until we can see a long-term path for recovery. But those decisions aren't made there. We do structural inspections done by certified experts. We will inform people if the recommendation from those inspections are demolition. We'll provide that information to the homeowner, but if it's not an emergency public safety threat, it'll be their choice on how they want to proceed on their private property.
Thank you for clearing that up. That's helpful. I think that it's absolutely right that if there's a falling down property on either side of the home you're trying to rebuild, that makes your job so much harder because abandoned properties bring all sorts of problems, from not just the hazard of the building itself, but animals and other things that start to move in, and it just becomes a absolute problem for the neighborhood. And vacancy is like a cancer in the city, in any city, because once it starts to take hold, it becomes harder to invest in that area, and so it starts to spread. And it just becomes the case that no one wants to live on a block that has a lot of vacancy because they just don't know what's coming next. And on that note, I want to alleviate people's fears of gentrification, because I think maybe people don't know there's a lot of government-owned land, and it's government-owned because it used to be owned by people, but they left or they didn't pay their taxes. The government took the home or the piece of land, and now it just sits in the LRA, which is our land bank, also the nation's first land bank, for those who didn't know. And it's got thousands of properties in it. They've been for sale. They're still for sale. People aren't buying them. And that's because what really needs to happen in these communities is private investment. The government doesn't build housing. Private developers build housing. There's not a single house in this city that was built by the government. So it's important to note that, because what we need to do is attract private investment and also help people who are still there rebuild so that they can have the benefits of a rebuilt community, like it was when they probably first moved there. For people who have insurance, and I realize there's a lot of underinsured people or not insured people, but for people who have insurance, and I'm not sure how much the recovery office is working with the state on this, but is the state insurance office following up on complaints? Because I've heard from a lot of residents that insurance companies are really jerking people around.
Yeah. So I'll speak to that. So the Department of Commerce and Insurance have been at every one, our last two community resource fairs, directly taking resident complaints and trying to resolve resident complaints within their office. They do have a hotline for people to call, but they have been present at our last two community meeting resource fairs, offering direct support for residents who are seeking support for insurance. Just for an estimate on numbers, about 70% of the people, I believe that was the number, who've applied for private property are uninsured, 30% are insured, but we can likely assume if they're applying, it means they are underinsured, which is common given a lot of practices of our insurance companies in North St. Louis, or they have been awaiting and are still awaiting a payout. And so we are kind of monitoring that, learning about those situations through the data that we have, but the Missouri Department of Commerce and Insurance is working with residents when they're here.
Thank you. That's helpful. Is it possible maybe to have someone speak at one of these meetings from that office? Because I think it would be important for people to understand that some of the slow rebuilding is that, like, for instance, I represent the Central West End, for those who don't know, and contrary to belief, the Central West End has not received much city, if any, city money that I am aware of, but it's been private insurance and private money being put back into people's homes. Even on really nice blocks that were damaged by the tornado, people are still repairing their homes months later. And I don't think we need to look down on them or point fingers at them. They were attacked by this guy too, right? They are also suffering, and they've had to spend a lot of time and effort recovering, but I don't think it's been because the city is prioritizing them. It's because they're battling their own insurance companies and trying to get money there. But do you think it would be possible for the state insurance office to be present at one of these hearings?
I am happy to correct you all with Director Nelson and see if their department is willing to come and talk more about what they're doing. So if you shoot me an email, or Chair Aldrich, if it's interested in being here or in HUD's or any other committee of the Board of Aldermen, I'm happy to make the connection and extend the invite. Of course, it'll be their decision on whether they attend, but we're happy to make the connection. Okay. The only thing I do want to say, because I think a lot of people's comments, and I've heard this a lot about the uneven recovery of South St. Louis versus North St. Louis. And I don't think the issue is from those individuals about whether or not South St. Louis people are investing. I think it's about the massive disinvestment that led to the issue of St. Louis, that made it uninsured, that made it underinsured, that has slowed their recovery process. And they are indicating a history that the city has played a role in making all of that true. And so I do want to hit some comments that some folks said, which is this group and we don't have a fund, like we are not responsible for the atrocities of the past, but we can shape how that happens and how we think about incentives and things to drive reinvestment and to drive that. And I think that while the comments were made about whether it was fair or unfair about what we're investing in South St. Louis and North St. Louis, I think the reality is those pictures do look different. I live in your ward, Alderman Browning. I have seen my street recover, and I do understand why those communities want to see the same thing, and that's the desire we heard today, and that's the desire we're still working to fix, and we hope to continue to work with you and the Board of Aldermen to try to drive a more even recovery, because it is uneven, and that's visibly true. The reasons why the groups mostly don't care about, they care about the fact that their neighborhoods aren't. And so I hope we can continue to work to figure out how we can drive that.
Well said. I agree with everything you just said. I think it's a matter of getting our communities back. Everyone's hurting that got hit by this tornado, and I want people to feel like they're home again, whether that's a repaired home or many people who are not currently living in their homes, living somewhere else while they work on their home. But the enormous effort it's taken. And I also want to express my gratitude for the work of your office. The recovery office is doing just a monumental task setting up all these programs, and it is taking a lot to accomplish because you're dealing with federal dollars, state dollars. They all come with different rules. You're dealing with not enough resources versus a giant problem that isn't just the tornado, but as you mentioned, the policies and the actions that have led to where we are today. And you're doing the best you can. But what I really appreciate is that you're constantly refining what you do. You're not just like doing it and then saying, oh, good job, everybody. But you're looking back and saying, how can we do this better? When you try to do outreach and you're not getting the results you wanted, you adjust how you do outreach. Like I've heard you say, we door knocked, but we realized a lot of people aren't in their homes. So we started doing phone calls to reach people and make sure they knew that there was help. So all of that requires just an enormous effort, and it's clearly thankless work. But I'm just saying thank you because I think it's really important that we have this resource at our city. I think you're doing the best you can, and two things can be true, right? That we're doing all we can and that we're not doing enough. But that is the situation we're in right now as a city, and it is going to take all of us. I really want to emphasize that, like, this is not a us versus them situation. The government is doing what it can. This Board of Aldermen has always voted unanimously for tornado relief money. So there's no real danger in us not continuing to allocate resources to help this disaster. But as we've seen, the money we've allocated is still working its way through the process. So even if we, released the RAMS funds in their entirety, that wouldn't result in the result that people, I think, are looking for immediately. I think we have to look at this as a long-term recovery and realize that there's not a single community in the entire country that has been able to turn around from a disaster of this scale on a timeline like this. So I really do appreciate the work that you're doing. I don't have any more questions, but I just want to urge everyone to remember that city workers are your neighbors, they're your friends, they are people you're going to bump into at the grocery store. They're doing their best despite being underpaid, and I think that at the end of the day, we have to remember that we're all working for the same thing here. So, thank you.
Thank you, Alderman. I do agree. Every Rams bill that came through has been unanimous. Hopefully, another future one stay in that same energy, since we have just been on record. And I think before I go to Alderwoman Sanier, Mr. Nix, you have been here and you've said a lot of great things. I think one of the best thing that you said is kind of given the history of like the content or the history of like where we are as a city, because I've seen some people holding the Team Forward plan. There has been strategic disinvestment. My family grew up in Pruitt-Igoe, where they sprayed chemicals on, a group of black folks to test them, and redlining is, absolutely, have been real white flight, white folks moving from, the city around black folks to go to the county. So I do understand where that, the disinvestment from Northside. If you before tornado, if you drove up or if you've driven through some of these areas, you would have seen a lot of vacancy and a lot of disinvestment. And there's history between closing down Homer G. Phillips over Central Hospital. And Shamo had to pick. He picked Homer G. Phillips, and then he still closed down Central Hospital. So there has been history of government within our city strategically disinvesting in Northside. But I will move on to, the list say Alderwoman Sanier. Who wants to, Daniela, she's giving you the seniority. It's usually you all the time, but no, it's seniority. Unless she's yielding to you. Alderwoman from the 6th.
All right, so I don't know if this is going to be short, but in the interest that everybody who came here tonight, one, thank you. Two, that they asked good questions. So I am actually just going to ask Ms. Thomas's questions to you, and if we can answer them I know we've been here for 3.5 hours, but I thought she had some good questions, and there are people who want to know, so why ask some more that haven't been asked? So I think, Mr. Nix, if you can start off with her first question, which is, who is leading the strategy for recovery and rebuild?
Yeah, so I think it depends on which part we're talking about. So I'll talk about it in different pieces. So the long-term neighborhood planning, neighborhood engagement is led by the planning department. That is Don Rowe is the head of that department, and that day-to-day neighborhood planning effort is led by Miriam Keller and John Roper to define the future of what neighborhoods look like. In terms of neighborhood implementation, who's responsible for starting to think about the implementation of those plans, the strategy and the dollars? SLDC is the main implementation development arm of the city. That is Otis Williams is the CEO of that. They have a consultant, Russell Holliday, who is the main person in charge of coordinating within that group across a number of different folks. But the ultimate accountable person is the director of those departments. CDA plays a major role as a funder in aligning federal funds into those recovery visions, working with SLDC and PDA. So those are our development arms across the city, and those are the groups who are responsible for neighborhood planning and neighborhood implementation. As we look at broader day-to-day programs, it varies, and it depends on the nature of the program. So as we look at resident supports, the coordination of that is being led by Jennifer Brinkman on our team that is working in coordination with the Department of Human Services, which is Dr. Adam Pearson, and is working with Department of Health, which is Commissioner Victoria Anwuri, and working with their staff but we own, and she does own, the day-to-day coordination with those departments with some individual ownership of those programs. Of course, I run the recovery office, which coordinates that pillar. I run the recovery office, which coordinates the repaired properties pillar. Laura Ginn does run the repaired properties, but of course there's different accountabilities within the building division for their part of permitting and demolition. So it's a cross-coordinated effort there, but she's responsible for coordinating that effort across the departments in that one, and that's how it plays. And so it is similar to community. Everyone in city government holds a little bit of responsibility and a different form of accountability. The recovery's office job is to do our best to coordinate a bunch of different stakeholders to move faster than what government traditionally does, and that is ultimately my role. And then, of course, I report to Mayor Harris Spencer, so the ultimate accountability for what my office does is ultimately her, and we work together to try to deliver and for residents both in the recovery and outside of the recovery.
Thank you. So just for clarity's sake, so if there is a tough cross-departmental decision that maybe not every departmental head agrees on, ultimately you and the mayor work to make the final call, is that?
That is correct. At the end of the day, if it's an executive department decision, Mayor Spencer is the ultimate authority. She appoints the department leaders.
And obviously Ms. Thomas may have more questions after I ask hers, but her second question was, what is the chain of decision-making for recovery decisions, and essentially what is the process for idea implementation?
Yeah, so ultimately my team is responsible for coordinating. We use the data and stuff from residents to make recommendations. There are some areas where I own the direct decision of things tied, and then things, of course, that are major decisions are escalated directly to make final decisions. Ultimately, policy decisions, of course, are made in collaboration with the Board of Aldermen. The mayor can recommend, but ultimately alders own the policy and eventual passing of board bills with her signature at the end.
Okay, I'm just going to, in the interest of time, I'm just going to keep them, I'm not going to ask too many follow-up questions. Her third question was, and we can kind of answer this, but I'd love to hear it from you. Have the mayor and the Board of Aldermen held discussions about the Rams bills funds? And if so, what's those discussions, at least from your perspective?
Yeah, so the mayor has had different discussions with different alders, what they seek for the Rams funds. I can't speak to all those conversations because I'm not directly in them, but what I can say around the Rams fund is the mayor is committed to making sure there is a package tied to Rams. What that'll look like will be done in collaboration with the Board of Aldermen, but she is committed to making sure that that is one of her top priorities as you all come back into legislation to pass legislation in May.
And then her final question was, of the funding that has been spent for recovery, how much has gone?
So that number, I do not have that direct number, but I can commit to having that number. I don't want to promise a timeline on my team, but I will promise that we will get a number so that we can share out.
By next budget meeting or sooner? I'm
we can have it by next budget meeting.
I mean, I think the public would appreciate sooner.
We can have that by next budget meeting for sure. I just don't know how much faster.
Okay.
Mostly because our system.
And then not her question, but just one quick question. We saw a lot of increase, obviously, in number of applications across the board or across programs. What do you think was the driver of the increase? from your perspective?
So one, across all disasters, we and deadlines are set. More people apply, more communities see a deadline, they go out and volunteer. So I would say the massive driver is community doing the work in partnership with us to get the word out and helping people register. It is a cross-functional effort across so many different people. We saw 60 to 70% of the increase in applications come in online. We saw a lot come from direct community events and community things that were hosted in the area, but a lot online and a majority online or in our outreach center. And then we saw another 25% from community events. But at the end of the day, we can't tell. Community events could be the things that drive communication, that puts things out. But we do think deadlines, and we know deadlines help. And so that's why we set it, but we're gonna set, like we said, for people who may not have known, who may not have reached a deadline, to figure out where we can support them, when we can support them.
Great. Thank you for doing that in double time. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Director Nix, for being here today. Since it's been a long day, I'm gonna just get right into it. Well, first I wanted to thank you for sending the materials today in advance this time. That was very helpful for me. I actually had the chance to go through and look at the slides. I know we might have liked them earlier, but it was nice just to at least not get them the day of and have to fit it in with my schedule. So thank you for that, because it gave me a time to really thoroughly and evaluate all of my questions. Just have so many. I guess for just a general, I guess just for a general question, can you just talk more about the March 6th deadline and what that pertains to? I know we had some public folks ask questions about, extensions, and so if you could just explain like what the March 6th deadline is, where that deadline is from, and why that date needs to be in place.
So March 6th deadline came directly from FEMA, directly tied to when we have to have signed right of entries for folks eligible for specifically their demolition and debris removal programs. So that is where the March 6th deadline came from. February 28th was our deadline because people may have applications, but there are things we may need to work through to get those applications for March 6th. We can't deliver all of that without time to process. And so that's why we set our city deadline for February 28th. It also allows us to have conversation with residents whose homes may have or be borderline, who request repair but ultimately need demo, to at least have a conversation with them about the opportunity to elect to keep that option open. So that was the main reason for the February 28th deadline. And the second reason that I specified was at some point we also need to know who's doing work so we can start to identify those who don't plan to do work. So that was the reason why we set across the board timelines, planning to still make sure we support residents who may come in after, who weren't aware of the programs but do have intentions to do things with their properties.
Thank you. And you mentioned that you're only going to demolition is only going to be used for unsafe properties. Is unsafe defined as structural condemnation demolitions from the building division?
So yes, it is unsafe and under imminent view of collapse from the opinion of our certified building inspectors. There is an appeals process for people to appeal that and for those decisions to go in front of appeals committee. So it's not the final word, but it is the expert word within the city of who has the power and the expertise to determine the structural condemnation. They have that power and have to do that work.
Thank you. And then you also mentioned that we have qualified experts who are going to be doing the structural inspections and provide that information to the homeowners, but it's up to them kind of where they go from there. Who are the qualified experts?
So the way it works is anytime it is in the demolition pipeline, so someone has directly selected, I want demolition services, that goes automatically to our building division because we know they want demolition services and we want to prioritize them going ahead and doing the structural interpretation condemnation. So it always sits as the final structural decision sits with the building division. In the repair pipeline specifically, our building division is small. They run a bunch of the stuff in the rest of the city. So we have outsourced within our contractors with Tetra Tech that has to provide licensed architects or certified folks who can determine structural condemnation. They will look and do a first look at the property and make a recommendation. If the recommendation is ultimately a demolition, that then goes to the building division to formally confirm. That is how we're making sure that we are only overwhelming our building division with the requests that only they have to make and using other experts in support to do the preliminary reviews to speed up the process for the city.
Is it but the building division is still the only official authority that can do condemnation notices?
Correct. They will just do a report with the findings, and the building division will go review the property and then report to make an official decision within the city's authority.
Okay, my other question is a little bit separate. There are some, residents who are obviously being engaged with case management, and there was a resident who kind of expressed like, hey, I was able to get a lot of assistance from my case manager all the way up until the application was submitted. And then after the application was submitted, they were not able to get help with, from the case managers. And the case managers, when I reached out, kind of expressed that the challenge there is that they don't have access to the information once the application is submitted. Obviously, with case management, the work is certainly not done once the application is submitted. And I think these case managers are specifically through the Integrated Health Network.
Okay.
Is that something we have the ability to address? Do we
I'll
have
let
it-
Jennifer talk about that because that's tied to our rental and impacted tenants fund. So
Yeah, we've talked with the vendor about that and how to increase that access for case managers. The program was originally built to give the residents the ability to apply directly, so the case managers don't apply on their behalf. So we're looking at a back-end solution to address that, because we understand that's been a challenge. And we also have data sharing that's occurring where they can we can give them updates more quickly than we were able to.
What will that back-end solution look like? Or is there a timeline on what that back-end solution looks like?
So the timeline, I think, is a couple weeks out. We're still working through the details with the vendor.
Like an MOU?
Yeah, it'd have to be an amendment to the agreement for them to be able to do that. But what that would look like is that the IHN would have login credentials to their system and be able to view the status.
Okay, switching.
So I do want to add that it will be certified people with IHN protecting personal, private information and from people that we can use that and share it directly with caseworkers. While we are working through the contract changes, we are not waiting for that to try to start and deliver the work, but it does take time to build an IT backend solution that works for that.
And does the contract modification, does that cost us additional money?
It does. It does. It's not massive. It's worth that investment. I don't know if we know the exact numbers. I think we're still working through that, but it's worth the investment to make sure our caseworkers provide the best support. So we will be funding it and making that recommendation ultimately to ENA.
Okay, and then I'm switching gears a little bit. The funds that we have from the state, the 100 million, I know we're talking about 86 million, an additional 86, but for the 100 million that's been given, is my understanding correct that those funds are primarily to be used for demolition and debris removal?
Yes, that is correct. So one thing I do want to say, sorry, I forgot to mention one thing. We did have the forward team in Real Assistance here. They were in person. They met with me and the mayor to talk through some of those pieces. So I do want to just be clear. It is a priority. We're fixing it, and we continue to remedy and modify that program to make it work for residents and our caseworkers who support our residents. In terms of the 100 million, yes, it is ultimately owned by the state. Right now, the dollars have been focused toward demolition, debris removal. Like I mentioned, the initial intent for that and the way it was put was for public safety. That does not mean that the state and the governor's office doesn't have discretion on potentially modifying that. But of course, those are conversations that we have to have, and ultimately at the discretion of the state for what that's going to look like. Our focus right now as a city is we know they have set aside $25 million for home repair in MHDC for that. Our first focus is making sure we can open up those dollars because that was clearly committed with congressional intent for that, while working to see how we bring broader dollars into repairs, which could include part of that 100 million from the state.
So you're actively having conversations with the state about that 100 million being able to be used for home repair as well?
Right now, our conversations have been primarily around employing the existing SB 1 dollars tied to demo free, but it has been a conversation we have.
Yeah, I think, like as many people who testified tonight, I think there's a concern that there's such a discrepancy between the amount of funds that we have available for home repair versus the amount of funds that we have available for demolition. So I think whatever conversations we need to have with the state about broadening that scope, I'm definitely in support of opening up our ability for the eligible
We
use.
will continue to have those conversations, advocate. I do just want to be very, very clear that that is ultimately the
I
discretion of
understand.
them and the
I'm
legislators,
just
but we
asking
will
that.
continue to advocate.
I understand that. For some of the things that you mentioned earlier in your presentation, you mentioned just inaccurate payroll for the cash on hand amount. Has that been resolved, or the accounts payable numbers have that been shared to solve that confusion?
Sorry, what's that one?
In the presentation, we've been much earlier. You mentioned, sorry, that there was some inaccurate like accounts payable numbers, and that you had to address those issues.
I am not sure what that is.
That the cash amount listed was inaccurate?
I don't recall us having that in the presentation.
I'll just.
But if you find it, happy to address it. You can feel free to call me.
I did tell the clerk my next questions are for the slides, so if we could go to slide 5. I forgot to do it for that question, but I did it for these other ones. It just mentions renewed trust in communicating clearly and often with proof that people can see and monitor. I wanted to just highlight for some members of the public, they have had a lot of questions about kind of like the engagement process, and I wanted to highlight that that was a priority, and wondered if you could give some examples of like what that looks like tangibly, just for all of the community members that seem to have a lot of questions about our outreach and communications processes specifically.
Yeah, so I think it's a couple. I think one, we've held a monthly direct town hall to kind of make sure that we are, like I think some people mentioned, directly in the tornado zone, giving updates to residents on a regular basis that has direct access to me, the mayor, and all of our support groups to be able to access questions, to get answers. Because often, of course, we can't be and answer everyone's phone call all the time. So that is a way that we do that. We have turned online a regular recovery newsletter that we send out monthly with updates on progress, so people get updates there. We have invested in public dashboards so that people can follow where we are in the pipeline. So I know the residents mentioned a lot, how many applications we have, how many inspections in process, how many have we completed. That is us being very, very clear about what's been done and also what hasn't been done. Can track and hold us accountable and know what's happening in their respective neighborhood. And then, of course, you all hold this meeting on a monthly basis where we come and try to share our progress on funds. And so the proof that people can see is if you look at the first sheet here that labels outcomes, those residents are outcomes that are things that people can feel. They are not a process outcome. You will see we've removed things like how many applications have been submitted, and it has been how many homes have we repaired, how many homes have we stabilized, how many people have we put into a hotel, how many people have we connected to case management. Those are what people experience and what people see, and those are the metrics we communicate at the top, recognizing we need to follow a process to get to those outcomes, but those outcomes are what people care about. And so we started publicly reporting on that regularly and monthly. And we will be coming out with a new website that'll also help highlight more of those things for people to find that information more readily.
Thank you. In slide 7, you talk about windshield surveys. Can you tell us how many of those assessments have taken place and how many have been completed?
You know those numbers much better at the top of your head. Yeah, it's about 15,000 parcels that have been reviewed in the immediate tornado zone that was shown on that slide.
Does that mean we've kind of gotten through most of them? Are there still any remaining that need to be done?
So we have done 15,000. We are going back and doing specific reviews of those who have potential repairs to get, well, actually, we're not going back. We didn't do those in the initial survey because they were in the initial private process. So we're going and doing that work to try to confirm how many of them have tarps, how many of them show signs of repair, how many of them still have debris in the yard, so that we can be more proactive within the applications to go and proactively perform work where we know it's needed, even if they haven't requested it. But we do plan to finish the remaining survey efforts at the end of this week.
Are there any like benchmarks or other deadlines that should be kept in mind for those windshield surveys?
What do you mean by benchmarks?
Like, we have March 6th timeline for some information. In terms of the windshield surveys, is there any deadline timelines that people should be aware of?
So no, that the windshield survey is a chance for us to get a view of what's happening in the tornado zone. We have set a clear timeline for our contractors to finish and complete that work by the end of this week. That'll give us the full capture of that information. We will process what that information is and then develop an operational plan to address the gaps that we see both in the short and the long term.
Thank you. On slide 8, you talk about it says there's 1,366 potential demolitions. What defines a potential demolition?
So a potential demolition is that from the view of the right-of-way, so there's an emergency demolition, which is from the view outside, it looks like that building is under imminent collapse. And so that is how we defined an emergency demolition, which was on a chart later, exact page number, but laying that out. Potential demolition indicates that they see something that could say that it's a likely demolition. It could be one full wall that's missing that usually says a structure is unsafe and maybe under threat of collapse. It could be a roof that has been fully open and exposed throughout the winter. So there's a belief that maybe the second floor or places have now gotten destabilized by water or snow and could make it on the view of collapse. Did I miss anything?
I'm sorry.
Sorry, those are, again, quick, rapid assessment, right-of-way surveys to give us an understanding of how many properties we need to go back to and do a full structural inspection to determine whether a condemnation and potential demolition is required. So that is our first snapshot.
So potential demolition could also be a potential repair based on the follow-up.
It is a fine line, exactly, and that's why I want to emphasize the word potential. Is it, you know, and you can't standardize that with a quick team of rapid right-of-way assessment. And so there is, you know, that grayness of where is it potential repair and then potential demo. That's why the word potential is very important there. Inspections by qualified building inspectors or structural engineers are the ones to make that final determination.
And the hope of that information is that it helps us know what properties to watch, because a potential demolition without work could turn into an emergency demolition, and it helps us identify the properties and do a proper threat assessment from a hazard mitigation standpoint.
Of the 3,542 private property, I think I got that number right, private property assistance applications that were initiated, can you talk to us about the difference between kind of approved, received, submitted, or in progress? Like, I know there were 3,542 received. What are the statuses of those?
Yeah, can you go to clerk, Madam Clerk, I don't know what page it is, but if you go into maybe 10 more slides in, does someone have the page number for her? Yeah, what page number's on it? One more. 19, yeah. Okay. So this is the overall status of applications throughout the pipeline. So you can see this is one of our public transparency dashboards that is online at app.sclrecovers.com. It is updated 2 to 3 times a day at different windows with the latest set of information directly within the system. So this is, again, a part of our renewed trust pillar. So there have been 3,542 applications initiated. That means someone has created a username, a password, and provided an address and phone number into the application. The application then goes into application in progress. That includes a number of steps. That includes them going to completing the application, the ROE. It includes our title search process for us to verify that the applicant who applied is actually the owner of the property, because we need that to be actually go onto the property. And then it finalizes any other aspect of their application, including a clarification of the supportive services that they seek to receive. Inspections in progress, those are groups that we have identified, that we have already started moving, and we have our process of scheduling an inspection. If that's on the demolition side, it's the building division. If it's in the repair pipeline, it's first our Tetra Tech team or our contractors, and then it becomes the building division if it needs to be scoped for demo. After they do that inspection, they design a scope of work for that property, whether that be a repair or a demolition, and provide, if it's a repair estimate. If it's demolition, it prepares the demolition packet either to FEMA or to whatever we need to do anything within our process. When it's in contractor pipeline, it means we have finished the scope of work development. We have submitted it to whatever the entity is that is intended to perform the work. So if it is a FEMA eligible one, it means it's sitting with FEMA. If it is a city project, it means it's with the city contractor pipeline for whatever the service is. And then scope of work completed means we have cleared out the scope of work on that parcel. So let's say, for example, so one thing I want to add, let's say we've gone into a property and they've requested a repair, remove a tree, and a debris removal. If we did the tree and we did the debris removal and didn't repair the house, they will stay in whatever process it is until the house or the main thing that we would consider a success metric from the resident is completed, and that's when it shows up in that last bucket.
Of the 31 that have been completed, how many have been moved to demo and how many have been moved to recommendation for repair?
Do you know the split?
And this is behind times just a little bit. So the number as of right now is 13 completed emergency demolition, 19 completed healthy home repair, 4 completed LRA demolitions, for a total of 30. Help me.
Can you all speak to the
37.
And then, sorry, just to note, if you ever want to look at that, there is 2 other dashboards behind this, a demolition dashboard and a repair dashboard. So you can always go see, once it goes, after we do the scope of work, well, after we do the inspection, we then confirm, does it go into the demo and debris pipeline or does it go into the repair pipeline? And then you can see the details underneath those by demo and repair on the website. What else?
Well, while we're getting into the details, I think it's important to note what takes so long in the 664 inspections in process, because it's not just the structural inspections. If a property is then planned for demolition, you're talking about a full hazardous site assessment, documentation of the debris needs, asbestos inspection and testing that informs that contractor on remediation. And the same for once a property is scheduled for repair, having that pre-asbestos and planning for any remediation. There's also certified arborists that go out to the site and are documenting hazardous trees to confirm they're hazardous so that we can match those to the funding for that. So it's not just that structural inspection, it's an entire team that's assessing all elements of that property.
And we are happy to share a copy of what one of those packets looks like. I think a demo packet to the state is almost like 90 pages. It's a massive effort to pull that work together and to perform those sets of things. So we're happy to share what those looks like, and we prepare those packets for every single property with clear documentation of the owner, the repair scope, the cost, the estimate, to make sure that we have both the accurate documentation, but also in the event that FEMA one day wants to understand and assess what happened, or anybody here or any of the public, we will have those documentation fully documented for any properties that we do work on.
Thank you. $50,000 is the cap for home repair?
Correct.
How was that number selected?
So 50,000 was the initial number we set up primarily to figure out where we could do rapid repair. I won't say it's a super sophisticated number. It was a number that from a set of early estimates when we did about 10 properties, we noticed that there was a difference that usually if it couldn't be done under 50,000, it usually jumped all the way to 110. So it was a comfortable number that we felt would capture the properties that could be done much more quickly without an extensive amount of dollars. And given our goal was occupancy, while the groups that cost 110,000, you can secure the envelope for 50,000. You can't make it livable. Our focus has always been making the dollars we have available right now, making sure that if we can turn a home into habitable and livable, that is our primary standard. So that's why we set it at 50,000. We continue as we move through the pipeline to identify repairs, seeing if that number is accurate or adequate relative to numbers, and we'll potentially modify depending on what we see. But we do know there's a massive number that need way more than that, but we know there's a lot who can be done under 50,000. That's why we're focusing there first.
So it is possible to revisit that number?
Yes, it is, but we do have limited resources, and so without a huge adequate amount of resources, we are focusing on helping the most people we can, and that means prioritizing the group that can make a home habitable for less. But long-term, if there is sufficient funding and effective funding, we will have it. As part of our long-term conversations, we are starting to evaluate what does it cost to move most of the average homes to repair, so that at least there's information for Board of Alders to know as you all consider long-term funding. What does it take if we only keep the cap at 50,000 per property? And what does it take if we make the path to full repairs? So those are educated decisions that we can make as we allocate dollars to these projects, but also advocate for the long-term dollars that's needed to do the full scope of repair.
This might be a matter of just disagreement. I just think that roof remediation alone can I mean, just simple roof and mold remediation can take you over $50,000. Like what I've seen when I'm there is, I just don't think $50,000 is anywhere near what most of those homes gonna need, just because the roof alone, the structures of the walls, we haven't gotten into like the cost of asbestos or these other things. So I really do support us reevaluating that number. I understand it's not gonna be based off the funds available. The number does have to be selected strategically because you wanna help people, but I would prefer for us to focus on making sure the folks we do help, they're, made whole, as opposed to spreading it out more and there's still some issues left that they're unlikely to be able to revisit themselves and fix. So I just want to go on a record and just make sure that I say, like, I definitely think that 50K number, I just think because of the level of damage and just the roof alone, we haven't gotten to the windows and just the many other things, I don't think that number is where it should be. On slide 11, I'm getting a little further into it.
And I will say I'm happy to have the conversation on that number. I do think that that is a philosophical debate, but if you make that number 100,000 per property, you help half the number of people. But right now, our choice.
But you've helped them fully. So that's what I'm saying, that because of the amount of damage, I haven't seen, and I've been there and I've talked to contractors, I've seen the work. I have not seen a serious amount of homes that would be able to get the level of help they need to be fixed at 50,000. I don't know that we're going to land at the perfect number, but I just think it might be a philosophical disagreement. I really would like to see people be made whole, and I just really haven't seen anything when I've actually, of course there's a few that might fit it, or there are others that have overlapping funds, but my concern is, like, for those that don't have overlapping funds, where this is the only thing that they need, they wouldn't be able to get very far into their process with that 50. That's just my personal opinion. We might.
No, and what I'll say is we're not denying any homes in our pipeline. We're not eliminating them out of our pipeline if it can't be done less than 50,000. What we're doing is triaging places where people are actively living in the home. If we can do it under 50,000, we're putting them first. I agree with you. You have two choices. You can bring it all the way to a level of full repair, or you can bring it enough that saves the envelope and makes it livable for people. With limited resources, that is what we're doing right now. But like I said, we are capturing the data of what it would take to come back, how much some of that might cost, so that if and when more dollars become available, we can finish that work. And I'm happy to discuss those trade-offs, but that's the rationale behind it, which is what I can share, but note it where your statement is, and would love to have other conversations as we move through.
And I would say with the back and forth, you both work at City Hall, so like that conversation can't happen. I am just thinking for the staff and STL TV, for Alderwoman Sonier and Devotee, some of these questions, if they just super urgent that you want to get on the record, please get it out there. But we also, the ones that may be able to get to Mr. Nix offline, let's just also think about the staff that is still here working. So to both of you all.
Understood, Chairman. I am balancing because obviously we have access, but the public doesn't. And so I'm asking questions specifically.
I understand. I'm not doing it back and forth. At some point, we're going to limit the questions from committee members because we have
two more.
Staff that has been working since 8 this morning.
I just have two more. I think on slide 11, you just mentioned partnerships to advance access to the documentation and IDs. Is there anybody working with homeowners on the FEMA appeal process with that part of it? I know I've heard, just even from conversations we have had off record, some of the struggles that happen with them, with certain folks being able to get their paperwork or access to them having documents and needing to kind of go through these other processes. So I just wondered if you could just speak to kind of what is in place to help folks that might be struggling with the necessary paperwork to get through these processes.
Yeah, so our disaster case managers do a broad array of things, which could include some aspects of FEMA. Right now, that is the main source of where the city has funded dollars. There are other nonprofits and advocacy groups that do that level of support that we also refer people to. Right now, the primary place that does do some of that is the disaster case managers.
Thank you, and this is my very last question. On slide 19, it says that there are just 182 properties in contractor pipeline and 31 with the scope of work complete. If you don't have this available to us, that's fine, you can send it out, but I was just curious about the average cost of those repairs for those homes.
Yeah, so right now, the number is, but I think repairs are.
Anytime you do speak, if you, again.
Yeah, so I think the properties that are landing right now for the that are in pipeline are landing between 35 and 45,000. I don't have the exact number, but it's hovered between.
Thank you.
And that is, but like I said, that is for habitability and minimum kind of quality of standard. It is not a fully code compliant house that we would all want it to be, but it is enough to make sure that it's safe, occupiable in those rooms for a person to be able to live safely in
And
the
if
home.
it is some pressing ones, I don't want you to feel limited. I just, again.
And I'm happy to stay after Alderman Sonnier, if you want to ask questions after.
Alderman Devoti?
Mr. Nix, I don't know that there's anybody in this building that has a tougher job than you. Thank you for the way you handle yourself in these kind of meetings. Also, thank you to Ms. Brinkman, Ms. Ginn, and Mr. Hill for your patience and information. Frankly, I thought the timeliness of the presentation and the way you moved through it tonight was very effective, so thank you. I feel cheated. I had the presentation and a busy day today. I've got 3 pages of notes that I prepared before I walked in here, and now I'm told I need to cut to the chase. I'll do my best. I promise, Clerk Heggs, I'll do my best. Over the weekend, the board president mentioned that she expected to have a Rams bill addressing tornado relief filed on or about May 1. I guess my question for you from a recovery standpoint, not demo, but from a recovery, a people perspective, from the recovery office, what does that look like from your perspective?
Yeah. So I think I mentioned that from a recovery office standpoint, we need next step funding by July.
Yeah, what does that mean though? What is next step funding?
So for example,
what silos?
Yeah, so a lot of that is more so when we look at the broader repair effort that's underway, we will have finished all the repairs we can do in pipeline and no longer able to do things like repair. If there are additional things like debris removal or demolitions and things that need to happen that can't be funded out of FEMA and SB1, that's where we will be at a state where things like if stumps is something that this group wishes to prioritize, we will not be able to perform. So the next 3 months, we can perform all the work that is FEMA eligible. We can perform the work tied to repairs that are there. But those efforts and also funding for our direct staff do not go past July 1st.
Understood. Next phase beyond the demolition, when we talk about the quote rebuild or the human recovery, I know that you guys are thinking about that. We're up to about 30 million, and we've heard presentations. Again, in the next step, when there is something filed on or about May 1, what is the expectation for the ask from Rams funds, and for what purpose?
Yeah, I'm not prepared to speak to that at the moment. One, because sorry, Alderman Devoti. But what I will say is I will be able to frame what the needs are and what it would cost to perform, so that the Board of Alders and the mayor can help make the decision for those. But from me right now, what I will say is the most urgent need we are hearing from community is the gap in repair funds and people wanting to get back into their homes. So what I will say is that the community view of that, and that we hear the most, is money toward repair.
And that's a little bit frustrating from the standpoint of you're the expert. You're the guy that is overseeing this this operation. So if anybody's in a position to tell us, this is what I think I'm going to need moving forward, it would be you. On Saturday, what I heard is that a lot of the frustration comes from folks not seeing the recovery aspect, the home repair, the tenant relief, those kinds of things. I think the team did a very good job explaining tonight. Frankly, I think the conversation between you and Alderman Browning shed even more light on that. And I will say that I regret that we are now in just about an empty room at 10 p.m. I think it's really too bad that the public that was here didn't hear that. I think that would have been very valuable, that conversation.
Yeah. And so, Alderman Devoti, what I do want to say is at the end of the day, I know you asked for my expert opinion, but I would say without an expert opinion, we know the dollars of damage is $1.2 to $1.6 billion. Every single dollar that the Board of Aldermen put in can be used to drive recovery efforts. And so the reason why I say we can't say it, right? If you want to know what the full number is to repair every home that exists, you can multiply probably by $90,000 to $100,000 and know what those different price tags are. So what we will present is what the full costs are and what those needs could be, but it's well over $200,000.
And I'm thinking, and I'm not really looking at the money so much as I'm in the community and I want to know the silos. I want to know the pots. What kind of things are we talking about? Are we talking about additional funds for home repair? Are we talking about additional funds for tenant relief? Are we talking about additional funds for mental health or legal assistance? One of the things that I found fascinating is 314 Oasis's plans for the hub centers, the permanent centers within the community, whether it's one or two or multiple, that serve a purpose throughout the recovery from a human perspective that someday might then be repurposed, hopefully, right?
Yep.
Has there been any thought in terms of recovery with respect to the funding, the building, the outfitting, the staffing of those kind of hubs?
Yeah. So what we have funded is, I'll be transparent and say the immediate priority for us has been that immediate one. So what we have done is the work of Dr. Punch and 314 and Westside Missionary Baptist Church is funded as those recovery and resilience centers through the end of December through the funds that have already been outlaid. So it is open in there. After that, no, we have not had the conversation of what that is, but there is a group who is meeting to talk about long-term resilience centers. It's been done in other areas, but those numbers have not exactly been quantified. What I will say is that the types of dollars it takes to set up things like long-term resilience centers, the things it will take to reconstruct new houses, the things it will take to rebuild business corridors is not going to be done on RAMS settlement dollars. It is going to be massive aspects of how do we think about tax incentives. It's going to be massive things such as how do we think about bonding and whether we want to do bonds to help do investment. And it's going to be how do we think about thoughtful policy that attracts developers to want to rebuild in that area.
Without a doubt. I mean, that's the real part of the conversation that hasn't come up at all tonight, which is frankly pretty frustrating. But again, from a hub perspective, before we even get to what you're talking about, to minister to the folks in the communities, isn't there a place for that hub type function? Again, the idea of services, staffs, goods, people within the zone that are there to help people so that they don't have to come to City Hall or have access to.
It is, and that's why we funded Dr. Punch and his operations at Westside Missionary Baptist Church to be able to be in those communities through December. Through them, we have coordinated so that our caseworkers through IHN and disaster case managers are providing that support. He partners with a ton of food operators and agencies. He's present in our calls with the COAD, VOAD, which is all of the nonprofit groups who are supporting recovery. So those resources are coordinated and provided through that hub. Long term, yes, across the city, we need investment in resilience hub infrastructure. It is something that is in need alongside business corridors and other aspects. So all those are important as we look at the long-term recovery.
So I'm actually on the hub, not hub, the data tracker. This is fascinating stuff, right? You mentioned over 2,000 pending applications for home repair. I know with the property application, the minute-by-minute number says 2,743. Obviously, you've got a mighty small staff. Do you need more help?
Yes.
Okay. And for what purposes?
Yeah. Look, at the end of the day, we have a mighty staff of across a massive effort. Of course, we have the support of our broader contractors. So as we move into repair and things of that sort, we will need staff that can do things like contract compliance and things to manage that. We will need project managers that can support the continued monitoring of work in the area. So any work that we are asked to do needs staff to help manage and deliver that. And so what we can commit to is a part of that funding package, and the thing we're talking about
It will include the staff necessary to deliver those operations.
I don't think I've ever heard you answer a question in one word. That was impressive. Okay, finally.
Challenge accepted.
With respect to this subject, what role do community groups play, and how can we get them more involved to serve the community, kind of like we heard here tonight, take some heat off of your office and more expeditiously get funds out into the community?
Yeah, so a couple of things. One, I don't want to send a signal that there isn't engagement. The reality is we are meeting regularly with staff at Action St. Louis, with our disaster case manager partners. We are meeting with our partners all the time. I know I talk to Dallas, who's involved in our casework, almost daily, or at least not every other couple of days. So we are engagement with the groups on the ground and how we move. It is frustrating to have to move through our processes to get the dollars and the services that they hope to deploy and provide, but we are driving that day-to-day collaboration and will continue to do so. Our Tornado Recovery Advisory Committee consists of a lot of those core groups who are doing day-to-day work on the ground, and so where we can and where groups are willing, we do partner to share resources and to work directly with them as we move through. How to think about resources going through those groups, I think, is usually dependent on the program, but we partner where it makes sense.
I understand. Thank you.
Thanks, Alderman Devoti.
Just got one question, and I'll yield any time to any members that did have some outstanding. Clearly, I think the voter is trying to get into the weeds of it, so let me bring it very high level. Do your office need more money to continue to do the work that is needed to recover in North St. Louis?
I already said, yes, we need more money to do the work, and we look forward to working with you all to get a board
So
built.
you at least need at least 200.
Like I said, the disaster is $1.6 billion in damage, so any dollar goes to be used.
The more the merrier, okay. Does any folks have any pending questions? Go ahead.
I was going to be like, let's go. We're already here, but look forward to further conversations.
All right, well, seeing no other questions, thank you, Mr. Nix.
Thank you for your time tonight, all of you. I know it's late, but we really appreciate it, and to everyone who stayed, thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you to SEO TV and our clerks that are doing a great job. Any written acknowledgement of testimony? Seeing none, announcements. Committee members, for our next Rams meeting, I will be looking and be keeping everybody up to date to try to have the next one in the community. So just an FYI. No excuse members, I'll make a motion to adjourn. Moved by the alderman from the 9th, second by the alderman from the 5th. All in favor, aye. Those opposed, no. Any motion for roll call? Motion carries. We are adjourned.